And I will get going. Everybody ready? I know. I assume. I assume so, and I was moving forward. When I got 1 minute. You got it. Okay, Pete, when you're ready? Okay. If we could come to order here. It is 6 o'clock, and we could quiet down. Okay, and please take a seat. I'd like to call this meeting to order at 6 p.m. First step is roll call.
Sure. Councilmember Lyons?
Here.
Councilmember San Antonio? Present. Councilmember Schaefer?
Here.
Deputy Mayor O'Hara is somewhere, but we'll note when he does arrive. And Mayor Ehlers?
Here.
Thank you.
Okay, and if you could, please rise and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, fourth item is special presentations and proclamations. Tonight we have 3. The first one is a presentation of check from the Encinitas project. So if they'll join me up front here. I almost didn't recognize you with the beard. It is. Okay, good. So we have a presentation of the check for $10,000 from the Encinitas project. And we'll gladly accept money and appreciate it. And if you'd like to say a few words about the purpose of the money and the functions, I'd appreciate it. So here you go.
Thank you, Mayor. My name is Ross Ritter. I'm president of the Encinitas project, and with me are board members Farhad Marmundi, as well as Amy Flicker. And the Encinitas project did a senior scholarship match campaign in December to raise these funds for the brand new Parks and Recreation and Cultural Arts Department's Senior Citizen Activity Assistance Program. And what it does is it gives an opportunity for those Encinitas residents who are 60 years old and older who meet certain income qualifications to be able to apply for financial assistance to participate in city's arts and recreational classes and activities. So I am happy to represent the generous donors that have helped make this gift to the city possible. And I would also just like to say that I hope that this is one of many opportunities that the Encinitas project can work as a bridge between our generous community and our city's vision.
And there's actually a long history behind, prior to the rebranding to Encinitas project. If you go back long ago, it was, I know several of the people that were on the patrons of Encinitas Parks, that they originally funded the development of McPherson Park in Encinitas. And then there were other ones, other fundings that have occurred over the years with the same basic organization. So look forward to this great partnership. Thank you. With that, would the rest of the council like to join us for a photo op? And I'll put the microphone down. Okay, the next item is our quarterly sheriff's update. And with that, I'll recognize Captain Watts.
Thank you very much. I'm excited to be able to present tonight and wrap up the year 2025 and kind of show the proactive responses that we had to the community needs, how we maximized our resources, and really, focusing on those quality of life issues. And a lot of that was being flexible, being able to pivot and change course quite a bit so that we were hearing what the community was bringing to us and making sure we were addressing those as quick as possible. A little wind came out of my sails. I was in meetings all day today, and I've always said that I have to take ownership for what happens under my watch. So it was brought to my attention that today we did one of our traffic enforcement operations where the entire station is out there, detectives, our cops units, a lot of times myself, we're out there in the vehicles really enforcing our roadway safety, making sure that people are abiding by the rules. So you see a lot of us out there, you'll see a lot of traffic stops. But I had a deputy when I got back to the station. She was visibly upset and apologetic. She actually ran a red light. And it was brought to our attention. And, it's one of those things where we are not above the law. I definitely expect more. And I apologize because I know the community deserves better from us. So I just wanted to be transparent in that because it did bug me. I was appreciative that I could see that she was visibly upset, that she felt like she let the community down, she let me down. So I apologize. And that kind of behavior won't be tolerated. So moving into our presentation here. So one of the things I always say is, how are we being proactive? How are we maximizing our time in between calls? And that is important to me. I want to make sure that the deputies are out there being proactive, being productive, being in the community, and being that visible presence in the community. So our calls for service, this is typical of what we see and what we have seen in years past. It increased by 1%, but it's usually a 10% margin either way when you look at it in the history. This is one of the things that I am proud of. My commitment to the community was to get our deputies to do more, be more proactive, like I said, in their downtime. There is, responding to those calls, those 911 calls, but it's in between those calls that we could be maximizing our resources. And as you can see in 2023, in green, that's what we were getting. That's what the community was getting. I came on in 2024 in April. By May, I recognized that the community deserved more and we needed more out of the deputies. So we started really focusing on engaging with the deputies, working with our supervisors to ensure that they were out there being productive with their time. We started to see increases, and then as you can see in 2025, we've continued to see a lot of improvement. Is there still room for improvement? Absolutely. But I will say that the Sheriff's Office did a poll, and they looked at all of the stations, and they looked at the deputy-initiated activity to see what the deputies were doing out in our communities. I was proud, and I started receiving phone calls right away because North Coastal was so far ahead of everybody else that other stations thought that maybe there was an error in the way that it was added up. So we had 36,000 deputy-initiated activities. So that's outside of 911 calls for service. That is the deputy that drives down and either initiates a traffic stop or contacts somebody, but extra patrols, those types of proactive engagement. The next closest to us was just at 18,000. So quite a difference. I'm proud of that. We will continue to push that, and that is obviously my vision for our station. And it's the vision that the community deserves. Thank you. I can't say that it wasn't, sometimes I felt like I was walking into walls, but we kept pushing that. But like I said, it's really what the community deserves. So moving on from that, our arrest, we did see more arrests, 11% increase, but that's also because of our proactiveness. We're out there, we're interjecting early, trying to prevent something from getting bigger. Our downtown details, we'll go into that later. But you can also see our top proactive DIAs. Those extra patrols, that's us driving around the neighborhoods. That's us being a visual deterrent. And I say deterrent because isn't it funny that when you see, a deputy parked on a side street or watching traffic, people automatically slow down. You'll see the brake lights come on. They stop all the way at stop signs. And they don't run red lights. But it also shows the criminal element that comes in from outside of our city. When they drive around and they see 6 patrol cars driving around, they decide to go elsewhere. And as we get further on in this presentation, you'll see that the metrics is working. Continuing with the proactive measures, this is another thing that we really leveraged our municipal codes because we were able to focus on those quality of life issues that maybe the criminal law wasn't going to be effective, but we were able to leverage our municipal codes to effect change and make a difference. And as you can see, quite a difference from 2024 to where we were in 2025. The top one would be the camping on public property, 116 misdemeanor arrests compared to 4 in 2024. I think that's a statement. Now, of course, a lot that comes with that is, and what is not captured in this, is all of the contacts where resources were offered. These are specific to people that refuse those resources on multiple occasions. It's not you get a one chance at resources. Every time we make a contact, and I'm speaking to maybe our unhoused community, we are always trying to push the resources to get to the root of the issue. And then looking over at our drunken publics, our under the influence in public, those have actually seen a decrease. And I think that's also because our calls for service have also decreased.
Shane, I just had a quick question. What was the reasoning for the sharp changes? Basically, is that the learning curve, up and down like that? Or is that, is this on that top left, the Encinitas Municipal Code arrest? Why the climb like that and the dip like that?
It could be, it could be weather related. It could just be what we were focusing on that month. But the fact that, it looks pretty much we were making misdemeanor arrests over 10 a month in 2025.
Got it.
Some of those were, repeat offenders. But we've come a long ways.
Got it. Thank you.
And then looking at some of the quality of life issues where we really did leverage, again, those municipal codes, we had a lot of the community coming to us asking for enforcement of that overnight RV camping on our public roadways. And as you can see, we were proactive in that response. It was obvious that the community wanted that, needed it. 521 citations were issued for the year. And that's something that now we are, every single night, our cops deputies are out, they're driving the roadways. We get emails that tell us, maybe a street that maybe they've moved to, so we're quickly adjusting and addressing those concerns. And same with the overnight. A lot of times these vehicles, there's nobody inside, so it's hard, there's no resources to give at that time. If there are individuals that are inside and they do engage with us, we do offer those services. Traffic enforcement, that was a priority of mine for, 2025. I will say that our community, and I've heard you guys mention it too, we have so many passionate people in our community that volunteer, want to be a part of the solution, and we have brought them into the conversation, and I can't tell you how thankful I am for those relationships, because it really is a full circle response to these issues. We need the community's input. We need their participation. And there are some, as we know, there are experts in the field in our communities that I have really appreciated working with them, and I feel like we are actually making a difference. One of the hardest things to do is change behavior and driving behavior. Our DUIs have increased 7%. However, that was us being more proactive. In September of 2025, I adjusted some resources. So I moved one of our cars to a night. So it's 4 in the afternoon to 4 in the morning. And their sole purpose is protecting our roadways, making sure that if people are coming to our establishments, coming into our city, driving in our city while intoxicated, there's a good chance they're going to get pulled over and held accountable. That behavior will not be tolerated. There's so many other avenues nowadays that prevents that from being an issue. So we did increase that enforcement, hence why the increase in arrest. Traffic collisions have actually decreased. They're down 1%. And I hope to see that as we go in through 2026 that we continue to see a decrease. And then the chart at the bottom really just shows of those collisions, what those collisions involved. So whether it was a vehicle on vehicle, a fixed object, a parked vehicle, and so on. So continuing with the traffic enforcement, our citations, our notice to appear citations, those have increased 43%. A lot of that is, once again, asking our deputies to be more proactive. The fact that now that we do the monthly enforcement details, like I brought up earlier, where everybody in the station, including detectives and cops, they're all in uniform, they're all in marked patrol cars, and they're out on our roadways making them safe. So we have seen an increase in citations. And we've heard that people that are traveling through, that it's now common that don't drive fast in Encinitas. Like they're out there, they're paying attention. So that's good, that's what we want. The parking citations, that's just as we go through the year. And then our priorities in education, we're going to continue those monthly traffic enforcement operations that I just discussed. Bicycle enforcement, we've really put this as a focus in 2026. What we're seeing is, we have young riders out there on our roadways who really have no regard for anybody else on the road. Yes, they're young, but they also are, have with their riding of these e-motorcycles, they can go 50, 60 miles an hour. And we are taking a proactive enforcement with these to make sure that, one, these riders are riding appropriately, they're following the laws, they're wearing their safety equipment, and making sure that these e-motorcycles are not in the hands of 10-year-olds, 12-year-olds. As you can see, just this year, we have now seized 16 e-motorcycles from our youth. And once again, these are vehicles that are not licensed on our roadways. They're illegal on our roadways, and they shouldn't be in the hands of somebody that doesn't have a driver's license for sure. We've actually even moved into an enforcement phase with the parents. So if parents knowingly give their child one of these e-motorcycles, then they're going to get a citation, and they have been getting citations. So not only do we take the motorcycles and seize them and impound them, the parent's going to get a citation. And then moving on to the DUI enforcement cars, the city added those 2 new positions. There has been a delay in getting those positions filled. Some of that was us having to go to the Board of Supervisors and go through the process of getting those approved through the Board of Supervisors. That took some time. But I will take some of the onus. We are on our 3rd round of interviews. I refuse to just take anybody. I refuse to just take a body because it's a body. If they don't have a passion and they don't care for this community like I do, then they're not going to come here. So out of the 2 interviews that we've had, we did find somebody that meets that qualification, that will provide the service that we want, what we're looking for. They have a passion for the roadway safety and enforcement. They start March 6th. Unfortunately, we only had 1 candidate that we were able to pull out of that group. So we have put it back out again, and we're hopeful that on the 3rd round, we will find our 2nd person. But we will keep doing interviews. It is time consuming. It's a lot of work, but it's something that is important to me. So we will get it filled with the right person. And then the continuing to collaborate with our community partners, that is something that we will obviously continue to do. It's important to me. The relationships that we built are important to me. The Safe Streets have been very helpful. So I really do appreciate, and I appreciate all the community that, brings things to my attention, that feels comfortable to come to the station and bring something to my attention. It's most important that I hear, I listen, and then I react. So thank you. The Know Your Limits. This is something that we tried on what is referred to as Blackout Wednesday, hence the name. And it's the Wednesday prior to Thanksgiving, where a lot of our kids are coming back from college. They want to get together with their friends. They go downtown to the different establishments. Hopefully they don't get to the point where they're blacked out. But we did a Know Your Limits, and it was an opportunity for us, and we had our community partners join us, where we could do some education. We had the city come out with us. We leveraged, and we had our fire come out with us, code enforcement. It was great. But the Know Your Limits part of it was us. We set up a booth. We invited people on their own to come over, participate in blowing in the breathalyzer, so that they could see where they were at if they were over that legal limit. We had over 300 people come in and participate. We had so many people that our breathalyzers got saturated with saliva and they stopped working. So as gross as that sounds, we do change out the part that touches people. So we are going to be doing that part again. We're going to do that on March 14th. The community really appreciated it. And what really hit home to me was listening to these kids say, like, man, I really thought I could have driven. I felt like I'm fine to drive, but they looked and saw that they were over the limit and they made better choices. They were like, well, I guess I'm not driving. And that meant more to me than anything else. So we're going to be doing that again. Thank you. And then the other portion of that, with fire and code enforcement and the city, it was really a lot of times, everybody says, like, okay, what are you doing about DUI enforcement? I do have my role. But, I really wanted to make sure that everybody had a stake in it. And a lot of that is holding our establishments accountable. And that takes, fire going in and making sure that our establishments are adhering by the fire codes. Over occupancy, we had code enforcement to look at the noise, because we hear the community say, we got bands and noise and music. And we also had code enforcement there to look at the over-service and the over, like I said, the crowding. I think it was eye-opening for a lot of us. There was some code enforcement citations written along with fire. So it was very productive and something that we're going to continue. And then I always push the bicycle safety. We put these flyers out. We put them out on Nextdoor. but it just is really for the parents to understand the legalities of what they're giving their children and what the laws are for each of the different classes. And then once again, the e-motorcycles, illegal, not allowed on our roadways. And a lot of times, with the e-motorcycles, we're really taking a strong enforcement stance on this. We are working with, if the kid is just not wearing a helmet, that's an education. That's a stop. We talk to them, we educate them. If we need to call the parent, we call the parent. But not everything needs to end in a ticket. So we do balance that out. But when we have kids that feel so empowered and they're riding wheelies down the middle of our streets, they're giving us the one finger sign, and then they run from us. So that was our biggest hurdle, is when we started to do this proactive, they would just run. It was under my direction that, these children are already making poor decisions. I'm not going to have our deputies pursue them and put them in a more dangerous situation. So we got creative and we started driving around in unmarked vehicles. We actually brought the helicopter in. So I don't know if you saw, a couple weeks ago, Astria was out flying around in circles. That was for our operation. We would observe the illegal behavior. Astria would follow, and then we would come in an unmarked vehicle. And when they did stop, then we would jump out of the car and just take the bike. So we can be creative too. It has been effective. And then moving into our COPS team and the HOPE team, really this team is probably one of the most important to me, just because they are the ones that I go to for those community concerns, the quality of life issues. They are constantly able to pivot and transition to whatever is the current topic and those quality of life issues for the community. So we actually have one of our COPS team right here. He's one of our go-to, Whitney. But they do so much, and they do so much behind the scenes, but they're probably tired of me coming in with a new project, but I really do appreciate all that they do. So some of the things that we have done throughout the year is those shoplifting details. With Prop 36, we want to be proactive in making sure that our retail establishments, if people do come, we do undercover operations. We work with loss prevention. We're out in unmarked vehicles in the parking lot to deter and to apprehend should somebody come into one of our retail establishments and decide to steal. So we've had 12 arrests in those operations throughout the year. There are times when we are out there and, nobody breaks the law. That's great. But we want to make sure that we're supporting our businesses. Another one that's so important to me is our minors and making sure that we're keeping illegal substances, age-restricted items out of the hands of our juveniles. So we do our ABC minor details where we'll actually go in undercover with a decoy, and we will have them go in to attempt to purchase alcohol or any age-restricted items. We also do shoulder tap, where we will have that decoy in the parking lot. They will approach patrons as they're coming into the establishment and ask them to purchase alcohol on their behalf. If they do, we are right there. We're monitoring the whole operation in an undercover capacity, and then we effect the arrest should that transaction go through. Unfortunately, we have had 5 arrests. It's always shocking to me that an adult would find it appropriate to provide alcohol or any age-restricted items to our youth. But we hold them accountable. City of Encinitas, the downtown details, that's really us just being proactive and being a presence downtown during our busier nights, weekends, so that when people are coming in to enjoy our establishments, they know that we're there, they act appropriately. And if there is an issue, we can be there and interject quickly. Some of the other stuff, the downtown safety patrols, same thing, our PACE details, where we're going out, making sure that the houses that are rented are being appropriately used. There's not house parties, so we do those. And then other law enforcement details, those are probably the details that I'm always asking them to put together for me. And then school presentations, we've been doing a lot of e-bike presentations at the schools, so we continue to do those. The downtown walks, we do those monthly, where we all go down as a group, including myself and the lieutenants, and we actually check in with all of our business owners. We make sure that their establishments, they don't have any concerns. We want to make sure that when their employees, we have a lot of employees that are working at these establishments, when they're coming in early, when they're going home at night, that they feel safe and we're not missing something. And if there is something we're missing, we can address it quickly. And then our strategies, last year we did adjust the hours of our COPS team. We wanted to make sure that we had a coverage at night, not just during the day, Monday through Friday. So we adjusted some of the teams so that they're here later in the afternoon into the evening hours. And then we also adjusted it so we would have weekend coverage too. The weekend coverage has been beneficial to us to engage with the community, and it gives us that weekend, Saturday, Sunday coverage, which we did not have before. The zero tolerance, our downtown walks, the community and business owner engagement, that's really that face-to-face time that we interact with the business owners. I know that they appreciate it. It's not something that we had ever done before, so I'm proud on how that has progressed. And then our collaboration with the city attorney, like I spoke, the city code enforcement, and then the fire marshal to help us achieve the goals for the city. Results, like it says, increased enforcement, that outreach has been great, and overall our calls for service have gone down. And then with all of that, this is the metrics. Is it working? Crimes against person down 39%. That's a lot. I think we still have a lot of room to go. I hope 2026 we can continue these efforts. Crimes against property down 25%, and then crimes against society down 39%. And then doing a little bit of a deeper dive, assaults. We're actually down 17%. That's a category in the crimes against person. This is usually our biggest category within that umbrella of crimes against persons. But as you can see on the chart, really the majority, close to 75%, are between known relationships. So whether it be a domestic violence situation or the victim and assailant, they know each other. So that's the breakdown for that. Moving along, crimes against property, vehicle theft, we are down by 40%. I really think that that's because our deputies are out there. They're driving around at night. They're in our neighborhoods. And when these individuals are coming here to commit vehicle theft, they're seeing that and they're going elsewhere. Our burglaries are down by 28%. That's another one of those, we had the South American theft group that was coming in. We adjusted our hours. We adjusted our presence during the hours that we were able to identify as those key times that they were, the dusk hours. So we have more people out during those times, being proactive and in our neighborhoods. So the goal, once again, is they drive in, they see 3 patrol cars driving around, and they decide to go somewhere else. Our larceny thefts down 21%. And then moving into our focuses, roadway safety is going to be my priority going into 2026. E-bike education and enforcement, continue with our unhoused outreach, and fostering those community engagement and the partnerships that we've been able to establish. I highlighted, this is the page that I always put up there for resources. There is a new non-emergency line, so if you want to write that down, take a photo, but that is the non-emergency line. The wait times can be a little bit long. I always say if you need a deputy, call 911. Get us there. I would rather us get there than you be on hold and be frustrated and need us there. So please call 911 if you need to. And with that, I'll turn it over for questions.
Okay, thank you. Wow, that's all. That was pretty impressive. The numbers, our results. I'm very proud of it. You should be very proud of you and your deputies and the department. Impressive. The one thing you talk about the e-motorcycles. The easiest way for residents to know whether it has pedals or does not have pedals. If it does not have pedals and is running on electric, it's an e-motorcycle. It's not legal to be out there. And I was going to take a quick poll here. How many people, by show of hands, have seen somebody in the last year do a wheelie in front of them while out driving? Yeah, that's why we're doing this. So thank you. I figured it would be that or maybe even worse. So appreciate that. With that, I'll go to Councilmember Schaefer.
I was just going to say that I think that's good enough work for a night's work. I don't think.
Yeah, one
I think
night.
the meeting's over after that. I think
Yeah.
we can just all go home after that. But seriously, that was very impressive, and I appreciate all the attention to detail, and that happened very quickly. I think that it was impressive to see kind of your organization and the whole team kind of get behind you, and the difference you've made in just one short year and a half. And I look forward to working with you longer, and hopefully you get a chance to stay here for that next trip around. So thanks a lot, Captain Watts.
Yep. And then Councilmember San Antonio.
Thank you so much. I mean, I thank you from the council, thank you from the community. Clearly, the metrics and things that you bring to us and to share with everybody it's pretty incredible. I appreciate that you guys keep those kind of metrics too, because I mean that's one way to show what's really going on. So I can appreciate that as well. I do have to share. I saw I was coming into work this past weekend. I saw the deputies out there in front of my shop with a pastor that was doing a ride along, his first one, and I asked him later on in the week. He came in to pick up a sign, and he said that he was so impressed by the ride along he did. I think he was only scheduled for maybe an 8-hour or something short. He ended up staying for 12 hours because he thought, and he also said that how impressed he was with how your points of contact were. He's like, I was just surprised that it was the way you got the sheriffs cared to the people who they talked to. It wasn't. I don't know what he was thinking. I think when you think of a sheriff, it's going to be kind of gruff or whatnot, but he was just so surprised at how much care you guys took with the people that he saw that you guys made contact with. And I just wanted to pass that along. He was very, very happy. Like I said, he ended up staying for 12 hours. So thanks for what you guys do.
Thank you. And Councilmember Lyons.
Thank you, Mayor. I have two things. Captain Watts, thank you for what you're doing for our community and for us here on City Council. I just want to add that you're very constructive and you have really strong skills in problem solving, and that's just very notable. Thank you. Really happy to have you here with us. My second thing is more for the city manager. When we're talking about e-bike safety, I think about our e-bike education, and it's very complementary to the e-bike safety, getting the word out. Could you give me an update on where we're at? What's the status of our e-bike safety training currently?
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Lyons. Yeah, we went ahead and we did an RFP as we had not done one for a while. So we did that. We have awarded an agreement to San Diego Bike Coalition. It's for possibly up to 3 years, depending on how often we want to go ahead and renew that. But that has been executed, so those bike classes will continue over at the community center.
I'm really glad to hear that, and I imagine, I'm going to say it because maybe it needs to be said, but enforcement is part of that education curriculum, an understanding of what the ramifications of activities are. Yes? Thank you.
Okay, and Deputy Mayor O'Hara.
I share the sentiments of all my fellow council members. That was a tremendous report. I think it leaves the city with a ton of hope and gratitude for all the hard work and the appreciation of the collaboration. I found the second slide to be pretty incredible and tell a much bigger story than I think you gave it, where we talked about initiated activities versus arrest, where the initiated activities increased and the arrests went down. And And I think that's what that's the goal of all of this, right? How do we decrease those arrests and still end up with a better quality of life for everybody? And it comes with initiated items like that, and it's fantastic to see that result actually come to life and happen. The other thing I wanted to touch on, we talk about arrests and enforcement. Homelessness comes up here frequently, and the slides about the cops and the HOPE team. I know a number of us participated, and city manager included, participated in the homeless count, and I can tell you, it took me an hour into the count to encounter my first person. And when I did, they knew who Whitney was. They knew the officers. You had connected with them already. You'd provided them with services. The count, I thought, was incredibly low. But I thought that they were, everyone we met, you had reached out to and offered that service that you talk about up here. And it was really amazing to be out there and see the result of that. Because we talk about service first in here all the time. And we know everyone up here, from Joy to the mayor to the city manager, we all push this idea of service first. And to see it in action and the results of it was fantastic. So I really appreciate the report. I think the city's in great hands. And I'm glad everyone here got a chance to listen. Thank you.
Yeah,
Okay.
I appreciate that. I'll share, I recently had a one-on-one with the sheriff, and she asked me, Shane, you've been there, going on 2 years. Where do you want to go? What's next for you? And without hesitation, I said, please just leave me. I feel like we have come so far. I love this community. I'm invested in this community. I will always serve this community. And she kind of hesitated, and I said, please leave me where I'm
Awesome.
happy where I'm at.
Awesome.
So I hope to at least get another year, maybe two. We'll see.
I think when I talked to the sheriff, the first time I met her, Captain Watts walked up and shook my hand as I'm talking to Sheriff Kelly Martinez, and I grabbed him by the elbow and pulled him in, and I turned to her and said, I'm never giving this guy up. So I'm thank you for asking, and thank you for staying with us. I think to change behavior, which is what we're trying to do here. We're trying to change driver behavior. We're trying to change criminal behavior. Requires more than 2 years. And that's the key. And so hopefully we may even make a new model for the sheriff's department, because I think to get really community policing going, you can't have a rotating door. So thank you. And the city manager wanted to chime in too.
Thank you, Mayor. Shane, just Captain Watts, thank you very much for our relationship and the relationship you have with the exec team in the city. You and I communicate well. We have the same goals. We want a safe city. I am ready to go out on March 14th, as we did on Blackout Wednesday. I will, however, have Encinitas uniform on, as I was stopped at the door twice. It's definitely not because I look under 21, because that wasn't it. But luckily Shane was able to pull me through. So I will be ready to go on March 14th again. But thank you. Your deputies are a pleasure always to work with. Deputy Wells still thinks that I am the Park and Rec director. So he does text me all of the Park and Rec questions. No problem. I still remember those. But it's just a pleasure to work with you, your deputies. And I know that I sleep better and just being at work knowing that you folks are protecting our city. So thank you very much.
Okay. And with that, we'll move on to fire. Now, you've got 5 minutes. So I'm just kidding. Yeah. So Chief Gordon, if you've got the floor.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Thanks for having us. I am going to not talk as much tonight. I'm actually going to give it over to Deputy Chief Sanchez, who is in charge of our operations. So all of these numbers are really his responsibility. So I'm going to let him go through them, and we will be quicker than Captain Watts. So, but we will take any questions afterwards. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and give it over to Chief Sanchez.
All right, thank you, Chief. Good evening, Council, Mayor. I'll be presenting the Fire Department's response and workload for this year, for 2025 calendar year. I'll be presenting some incident response patterns, mutual aid exchanges, and some performance measures that we've had in 2025. This here is a high-level overview on the incident responses that we went to last year. So Encinitas responded to 8,038 incidents last year. And as you can see by this chart here, the highest percentage of responses was 71% for medical aids. That accounted for 5,750 of our responses. And followed by some other numbers there, alarms, 463 fires, some rescues, traffic collisions, and rescue responses. So this is kind of a high overview of those 8,000 incidents that we responded to last year. Now, when we respond to fires, we have in-jurisdiction response and out-of-jurisdiction response. We have automatic aid and mutual aid agreements with our neighboring agencies. So out of those 8,038 calls, 6,884 were in jurisdiction. The other 1,151 that totals the 8,038 calls were our neighboring agencies. We responded to Carlsbad, Del Mar, Rancho Santa Fe, Solana Beach. Other jurisdictions include San Diego City to the south of us. We're very close to them. A lot of calls in Torrey Pines area and to anywhere off Del Mar Heights and south of that area. We respond with San Diego City. We also have responses from time to time to Oceanside, San Marcos, Vista, and other agencies, mutual aid from strike teams and so on and so forth. So this is an overview of how we have that in jurisdiction, out of jurisdiction response. Now, with that said, of those 8,038 incidents that we responded to, we attach units to those incidents. And not every time is it just one unit. For an example, a medical aid is a fire engine and an apparatus, an ambulance accompanied with a fire engine. So structure fires, it's 6 to 8 initial units to a structure fire. So the total units commitments throughout the year for Encinitas was 14,561 of our units responded to those incidents. Now, in city, we had 13,092 of our units respond to these calls. And outside of our jurisdiction, those 1,151 calls, we sent out 1,469 units to those. Again, totaling the 14,561. And it's kind of this reciprocity, right, with mutual aid, automatic aid. Sometimes we receive aid and we send out aid to provide the continuity of service to our community. Chief. Now, here's the exchange, the mutual aid exchange balance. With that said, we received 1,143 hours of service from these units. We did give back 595 hours to other agencies. So the net change is we received more than we gave last year. We received an additional, the net aid received, I should say, is 548 hours. As you can see on this bar chart here, Carlsbad, they did respond into our city, but we gave more to them, 148 hours more to them. Same thing for Del Mar. And Rancho Santa Fe, we did respond to Rancho Santa Fe, but they ended up giving more hours to us. Now, there's unit responses as well to these hours, and that's a different metrics that I don't have here, but we can discuss. Same thing for Solana Beach. Now, Rancho Santa Fe and Solana Beach, the majority of those responses are medic ambulances. And we have this thing, as you're aware, we have the CSA 17 area, County Service Area 17 is the number for our area here, which consists of Rancho Santa Fe, parts of Alevinheim, and Encinitas, Solana Beach, Del Mar. Well, so we have ambulances that service the whole area under CSA 17, and AMR is our ambulance that does the transports. So the majority of these calls from Rancho Santa Fe and Solana Beach have been incoming aid from those ambulances. For an example, Solana Beach Medic 237, they responded 516 times into our jurisdiction. Rancho Santa Fe Medic 261, 319 times. Medic 262 and 264 collectively, approximately 63 times coming from Rancho Santa Fe. So the majority are ambulances, and of course, from time to time, we also get their fire apparatus responding to structure fires and vehicle accidents and that kind of thing. Okay, Chief. The next part here is response performance times. So as you can see, we're doing pretty good here. I'm pretty happy about our response times. And call processing time. What that is when our dispatch center, which is Northcom, when they receive the 911 call, and then they have to see the nature of the call, they have to go through their processing of that, and then they have to send out the closest fire engine paramedics and send it out. That's the call processing time. Their average is 44 seconds, 90th percentile, minute, 23 seconds. Once the alarm goes off at the fire station, that's when turnout time starts. That means we're going to stop whatever we're doing, make it to the fire engine, either A, put on our structure gear to respond to vehicle accidents, structure fires, or get on the fire engine and hit the respond button when we start moving. That ends turnout time. At that point, and you can see the turn time average, 1 minute, 9 seconds, 90th percentile, minute, 2 minutes exactly, or in 6 seconds. So at that point, it becomes travel time. Once the wheels start rolling on the fire engine and we get to the scene, it becomes the travel time. We hit the on-scene button and we average 4 minutes, 57 seconds, and 7 minutes, 11 seconds for the 90th percentile. Overall, I think we're doing pretty good. And you can see the response time for the overall measures there. Key performance insights on here. Considering we ran over 8,000 calls, I feel that we did very well. Significant improvements in overall response performances. Emergency medical aids consisted of 71% of the calls we ran. That's 5,750 of those calls, reflecting the community top need for our services. Due to the strong partnership and relationships that we have with neighboring communities, fire communities, we had that reciprocity and mutual aid, and we continue to foster those relationships to provide that continuity of services to our communities. We had excellent response times, with 86% of them under 8 minutes response, maintaining a pretty good target performance. Chief. 2 more slides. Fire Prevention Division. They kept real busy last year. They had over 2,000 permit reviews. They had 930 construction inspections. Defensible space, 49, and that's partly due to AB 38 and other concerns in the defensible space area. Fire inspections, we have 1,904. Now, that's a little collaborative effort with our fire prevention. Fire prevention does handle, I think it's approximately 450, 480 on their own, and the rest suppression. Suppression means the fire engines and their crews on the fire engines. They also get out there into our community and they do fire inspections. So collectively, we did over 1,900 fire inspections in our community. Open house, year after year, we're starting to see more people show up to Fire Prevention Week at our Fire Station 5. This year, we had over 500 community members attend. It was a very successful event. It was very nice to have the community there and us engage and have hot dogs and sodas and water and really get involved there and host a nice event for the community. Very proud of that. We had public education, seven public ed events that Fire Prevention reported out on. Investigations, 19, and several events, 15 events throughout the year. Training division. So we have 19,008 hours collectively, the fire department, for training hours of 2025. And that's quite a bit. We do a lot of training. These are some examples here of the training that we do. Fire operations, hazmat training. We do confined space rescue. We do fire skills and simulations. We have fire suppression tactics that we go over. We go over incident command and control, just so we can make sure that we maintain the incident, size up and request resources and allocate them appropriately. We have wildland training that we had in Olivenheim. That's part of the RT 130 that we did. We also do county wildland, so we participate in a county-wide training, which is pretty impressive. We have Cal OES participate, we have SDG&E, law enforcement, we have agencies from around the county, and we have this huge training, and it's very good. We get a lot of valuable training out of that. And there's a few other things here. Extended attack training, driver's training. Now, these are some of the hours that we do here at work on duty. However, there are also a lot of hours that our employees attend outside of work. Firefighters, engineers, captains, and battalion chiefs, they train and they study outside of the organization when they go for promotional exams. For an example, a firefighter will do driver operator 1A training when they want to become an engineer. An engineer will get their company officer training to become a company officer. Company officer will do his chief officer training, and the chief officers are always honing their skills and getting more training, including myself and Chief Gordon. So we're all inclusive. So very proud to report on these 19,000 hours.
That concludes our presentation. Thank you. We are open for any questions.
2 minutes. You only beat him by 2 minutes.
Yeah. So, quick question, the 19,000 hours is spread over how many employees? Like 300, right? 200?
56.
Oh, 56, I'm sorry, I'm thinking all the employees. So that's quite a few hours. That's hundreds of hours, a couple hundred hours each, so.
With
Very,
the
very
new
impressive.
state mandates, some of it is required that we do now. So a lot of it is from the state saying we have to have this many hours in this topic. And so there's a lot of training going on.
And I know I got to ride along for the wildland training back in Liebenhain. I know that's the third in a couple of years, 2.5 years, that you've done out there, and it was impressive. The number of units and the joint cooperation with, you had Campo, I think, out there, and of course Carlsbad, Solana Beach, Del Mar, and Rincon. No, Rincon was there. I'm sorry, not Campo. It was impressive, and helicopter drops, all coordinated. Two strike teams going in back in the wildland, and truly that is where a huge risk. Palisades like that's where we need training. So I really appreciate that. With that, I'll go on to Councilmember San Antonio.
Thanks for the report. Looks like the numbers were good. I did have a question. So, I mean, it looks like the incoming aid from medical for Solana Beach and Rancho Santa Fe, I mean, it seems pretty significant. So those are a lot of incoming hours from over there. So I think from last time too, kind of similar numbers from last year as well.
Correct, yeah. We utilized outside agency or jurisdiction ambulances a lot in the city of Encinitas. So
Yeah.
right now, our busiest ambulance is Medic 235, and they're by the community center by Oak Crest, the center of our city, and they have what's called a unit hour utilization of over 30%. And usually when you get to those numbers, you start looking at another ambulance. So
Yeah.
we don't necessarily control the ambulance because the county does, and they contract with AMR. So trying to get those extra resources is pretty hard.
Yeah. Well, it's definitely, those are definitely some numbers to kind of keep track of for the future. Ma'am, so it's always nice to see the training part. Every time I look at that list of you guys put for training, I mean, definitely brings me back. I loved all those training, like driver operator training. I loved it all. I miss it. Thanks for sharing. To keep up the great work. You guys are doing great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Schaefer.
Thanks, Mayor. Those last two slides, the fire prevention, obviously you guys are gonna be backed up now with the fire marshal, the full staff, the full kit and caboodle, if you will, and so that plus the training, which is, I don't know if the community always realizes, but there's always firefighters actually actively capable of doing whatever is being called upon while they're continuing to get training, which is a significant way to keep the schedule and have to coordinate that with rainy day, with accidents happening on the freeway. So you had a training today that gets canceled or something of that nature where you have to call guys out. It's pretty impressive to see you guys be able to roll with the punches. And I don't think people sometimes, they think, oh, they drive by the fire station, they're probably just in there, flipping through the TV kind of thing. It's like, no, they're doing stuff, they're out there, and if something were to happen, our team is ready. Like Councilmember San Antonio said, with Station 5 taking on that kind of burden, the that's got to be a big part of where we sit. And it kind of comes back to the global numbers of Encinitas, really. Parks are feeling, everywhere is feeling it, but this is one of those things that we're at the brim of we need more, a lot more, and to some level, if we're going to be able to actually sustain the growth pattern that we're projecting, at least, in the units that we're building. So as we do so, and as you guys please speak up in these conversations, these are what they're meant for, is for, it's not, I mean, again, we want to see the great numbers, but if there's pain points, of future moments that need to be talked about sooner so that, budget cycles, all that stuff, please don't be afraid to bring those up to these quarterly meetings, please. But again, numbers are phenomenal, and appreciate everything you guys are all doing. Appreciate it.
Okay, with that, I don't believe there are any other comments, so we'll move on to, oh, yeah, you're on, okay, yes, there is. Deputy Mayor O'Hara.
Okay, thanks for the presentation. Great presentation, timely manner, well put. I'm going to echo back to something we've heard up here from almost every council member is the training you do. I always refer to the fire department as not only our fire department, but our ambassadors of the city. And you're on the front line of not just fighting fires and keeping us safe, but out there meeting the public and showing them a great example of Encinitas, especially with so many Encinitas in the fire department. I just did some quick math on that, 56. It's about 300 hours per person of training, plus the hours, off hours that you do on your own. And I just want to say that it shows. It shows in the numbers you presented us, and it shows in everything you do during the day. And I think a great example of where it shows and where you're an ambassador is, I think all of us up here, we went to, the students from Macosa came to the city, our sister city, and we had the fire department hosted them for a barbecue, and the level of breakdown you're able to offer to them, and even just crossing over the language barrier to express what you do in the day-to-day was so impressive. And so thank you for keeping us safe, and thank you for being our representatives out there on the front line.
Thank you. Okay, we will now move on to the next item, which is oral communications.
We do have 10 speakers now.
10 speakers.
Yes.
Oh, so, okay. So that's 3 minutes per. Oral comments for public comments that are not on tonight's agenda. We typically allocate 30 minutes, up to 30 minutes for oral communication. So with 10, we'll go 3 minutes each, as we normally do.
And I'll call you up 3 at a time. First 3 speakers, Sheila Cameron, followed by Tony Kranz, and then Stuart Donaldson.
Two ex-mayors. Okay. I want to talk to you tonight about the analysis of the Encinitas City Commissions that were done by Scott Campbell. He did a terrific job. He handed it to you last week or the week before, and it clearly shows that in many areas the commission agendas are tripping over each other, and discussion and work on issues is redundant. The duplication of effort and redundancy has long been a concern of mine for both the staff and the citizens. I have witnessed the growth of these commissions over the years as they began popping up like mushrooms. There are so many overlapping goals and responsibilities being compiled by several commissions. I have to ask why and how does this happen? And now you are adding a further expansive business commission and a very broad set of responsibilities and further work for staff. It is clear in this analysis that there is redundancy, confusion, and waste, frankly. It's costing us redundancy and tax dollars as well. Staff spends a lot of time preparing for and attending these meetings, and that costs money, and some of these employees, none of them are making $20 an hour. Do the math. One commissioner told me after the last meeting that she appreciated my speech on commission duties because it took her about 3 months to figure out what she was supposed to be doing on her commission. I'm sure she is not the only one to have this anxiety. Does that seem like the right way to do things for these commissioners? Do you think it's okay for anyone to be sent into a new job without knowing what the job entails, except City Council, of course? I strongly suggest a workshop or two in a casual setting where City Council, staff, commission members, and the public discuss and exchange information on how, what, and why the purpose of any commission is, and how to bring about focus and goals. I'm wondering why there was never a sunset clause on any of these. Were they expected to go on in perpetuity? And I think that some of the commissions can be folded together or gotten rid of. I'm submitting a paper package tonight. Please review it. It's got a lot of information. It's got the work Scott did. And when you have your workshop, please invite Mr. Campbell and myself. I think we have a lot to contribute. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Mayor, can we have city manager respond to that? We're in the midst of doing some of those things, just to.
Or we can refer it to staff. I mean,
They're already working on stuff.
Yes, really quick. We actually, tomorrow night, we have commission and committee training. It will be myself and the interim city attorney, Ajit Thind, and we'll go over duties of the commission, how they're formed, finances. We'll go over Brown Act, Robert Rules of Orders, and things like that. And we've invited all the commissions and committees. It will be recorded, so it'll be mandatory for them to watch it if they cannot attend.
okay.
Good evening, Tony Kranz, Lucadia. Really awesome to see the reports on public safety. The Sheriff's Department and the Fire Department are doing great work. I would point out that key to the numbers improving, especially in the homeless realm, was the Grants Pass versus Johnson decision of the Supreme Court. Made all the difference in the world. And basically, you know, once you had the Supreme Court allow the deputies to take their hands that were no longer cuffed, they could do a lot more work, and it's great to see the results. I was watching a KPBS segment the other day, and I saw our esteemed mayor in his high visibility jacket talking about those pumps and all those things that we've been doing for decades, and then he mentioned something about $800,000 for a stormwater project, and I learned that I'm not paying close enough attention to the consent calendar because there were these contracts that were let. And they were for this southern part, the southern section up there. I've circled a key area where the two laterals don't connect. So essentially what we're proposing is the construction of that $6.7 million pipe to Cottonwood Creek and the outfall there that will not be connected to the biggest puddle in that section, which is the Orpheus puddle. So essentially we'll still be pumping water to this 6.7 mile pipe, $6.7 million pipe? That doesn't make any sense whatsoever. I would encourage you to have an agenda item where this whole thing is discussed so that Wes, the principal, Wes Seacrest, can understand why his pipe isn't being prioritized. So instead of consent, put it on the agenda, talk about the whole report, and then let us know how you decided that that was the part that was going to get funded. And, you know, it's critical work. We need to do that. It's more than $30 million worth of project for the whole thing, and it's all needed desperately. The other couple other things. One, or the second item, has to do with your closed session tonight, which was on Bobby Riggs, or it's coming up, the Bobby Riggs case. You're suing Bobby Riggs for a conditional use permitting problem. And I would ask that you also ask your friend Dave to get the conditional use permitting started for his park, because he talks a lot about the rock garden here, but he's basically squatting on state land. And I'm sure you guys understand that it's important for liability reasons that he be permitted properly for that park. And so I hope you will do that. And thank you. Stuart.
Mr. Mayor, City Council member, my name is Stuart Donaldson. I live at 1945 Crest Drive in Encinitas, and I'm here to talk to you, as I did last October, about possible election interference by ICE or other federal agents. I reminded the council that ICE has no role in establishing who may vote. That job is entrusted to poll workers. At the time, I suggested that the city work with the sheriff to be sure that if ICE interfered in the November election, the sheriff would respond. And indeed, the sheriff did promise to respond. Thank you, Captain Watts. Appreciate that.
If you could talk into the mic. It'll
Thank
go
you,
on tape
Captain
better.
Watts. I appreciate that very much. However, that policy was not communicated to election officials. I know because on election day, I visited the site managers in Carlsbad and Encinitas and asked them what they would do if ICE were in their polling area. They didn't know what to do. We were fortunate there were no incidents, but we cannot hope for this outcome again. Secretary Noem has stated she will deploy ICE at the polls to make sure, quote, the right voters vote for the right people. Note that merely being present near a polling location can be election interference, and it is a federal and a state felony. So the sheriff needs to coordinate with the county registrar of voters so that the poll workers can be trained as to what to do if ICE appears. For the sheriff to respond properly, I would think they would like to know who is present, where they are, how many they are, if they are engaging with potential voters, and other facts, so that the sheriff can muster an effective response. I urge the council to require the sheriff to work with the registrar to train the poll workers in how to report this type of threat, with all the facts that the sheriff will need in order to respond effectively. We have to start now. The training materials have to be developed in consultation with the sheriff, and workers are typically trained about a month before the election. We have a primary election coming up in June, 3 months away. I know city staff is limited. I will volunteer my time to coordinate this effort if requested. Thank you for your time and attention. I appreciate it.
Next three speakers.
Do you have something that you wanted to ask? Or
Yeah, just have the
respond?
clerk to have Mr. Donaldson's information forwarded to me, please.
Okay. And why don't you do that to the entire council?
Next three speakers, Stephen Lord, followed by Ellen Burr, and then Philip Kokomore.
Hi. Stephen Lloyd. I live in 109 Pepper Tree Lane in the Leven Lane. I recently got this email. Don't expect you to read it in any detail. It's from SDG&E. It's the decarbonization plan rulemaking procedure, which is a quasi-legal procedure. So I don't know how it fits in with your legal issues that you work with. But I looked at it. It's has widespread comments. There's 500 comments. There's a brief sample of those up there. I looked at them. Almost all of them want to be able to use natural gas. And the reaction I've talked to people about this is, hell no, I want to use my natural gas. Nobody wants to be bullied into not being able to use natural gas if they want to. People are free to, convert their own homes to electricity and get rid of natural gas if they want. But I think it's important the city council should stand with the ratepayers against any kind of bullying or coercion to form some sort of group where they're going to cut off the gas to this whole neighborhood, which is, I think, their intent. And I would point out that once the gas is cut off, those pipes will deteriorate, and we won't be able to use those pipes in the future if we need them. And these sort of behavior could well lead to us not being able to use gas when, the political opinions move around to where gas is now super desirable. I personally have been through this cyclical episode several times where gas was the best thing possible, and now the worst thing possible, and now gas the best thing possible. So again, please, if you could add this to your legal briefs that we should, the SDG&E should not be allowed to use any coercion or bullying or those kinds of tactics against ratepayers who want to keep their natural gas. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. Less is more, but not when it comes to transparency or civic engagement. Picture's worth 1,000 words. We know that because Natalie and Molly and Chris and Christine and numerous people have been very effective with the picture. So where am I going with this? CPP. It's come to my attention over the past few years that the CPP process is flawed. It's one thing to have meetings for people who live or maybe own property within 500 feet of a house or twin home or duplex, but when it comes to parks and other civic properties and even streets, there needs to be more involvement at an earlier stage, not as an afterthought. And I would encourage the CPP, it happens with houses. And thank you, Judy, for bringing this up, that there should be renderings, drawings of what it's gonna look like from a on-the-ground level of somebody walking down the street, walking under the overpass, whatever, because limiting it to 500 feet of a park is not going to get anybody to show up at a CPP meeting, Mr. O'Hara. And we need to have more people coming to the meetings, but if you schedule them for holidays or the week before a holiday, or in the afternoon on a weekday, it's not going to happen. So serving the public, we would do better than we have been doing. Thank you.
And just a quick comment on CPPs. This is one item that I've been looking, not necessarily what you pointed out, but I've been looking at bringing back CPP law for some updates based on some recent cases. So I think that's something, refer to staff.
Okay, I guess you know what's coming. Okay, so this has to do with the Ordinance 301610B6 that I've been talking about for the last 2 years, and it impacted my construction or fixing my house. It limited me only limited me in a 22-foot zone to go up 8 foot. So I was asking, Jim and Bruce in the past and others to help out with this. So I would really appreciate attention to this matter now. That we can come up with some kind of creative solution, maybe even with the city manager. I would like to just address 2 issues that was said in the past. So the first issue, and that's the paper I gave you guys, is that this doesn't have anything to do with views, B6. Now, B7, which is the paper I gave you guys, this was withdrawn from the ordinances maybe more than a decade ago. This impacted my neighbor, or this helped my neighbor, and it was written with B6 to address B6. So B7 went with B6, and these 2 really should have been taken out together. B7 is, I just want to use the words of the city to address that where I was told that there is no ordinances with views. So if you read where I put the arrow and what I underlined, we can see what my neighbor was told. And this is how he got rid of B6, he used B7. So he was told, after the city inspected, no significant views are through the subject property, no significant view impact. No significant view impact would result with the project to the south. Utilize building well insets in the area, providing a view corridor. So clearly, this ordinance B6 that was written with B7 has to do with views. This is the words of the city, not my opinion, not anybody else's opinion. It is clearly got to do with views. The second thing that I was told was that maybe the 10% slope has something structural to do with some structural engineering thing. I would say, I don't agree with that. The city has geological, topographical, and structural engineering. If you do any kind of construction, you can go through this stuff. The city can control that. Structural engineering will take care of 9.9% slope or 10% slope or whatever percent slope. I would also say that the city itself acknowledges that this has nothing to do with structural. The way you get past this B6 now is through a variance. A variance, basically go and ask the opinion of your neighbors. Now, I'm pretty sure my neighbors are not all structural engineers. So I think it's basically just their opinion. So we go from B6 was taken care of by the opinion of the city, now B6 is taken care of by the opinion of your neighbors. So it's got nothing to do, it's views, and it's got nothing to do with 10% being some magic structural issue anywhere in construction. So again, I would just ask, please, can we address this? Can we come up with some kind of creative solution? Maybe the variance can be changed, and maybe the variance can be made to
Thank you.
be extended.
We'll talk about it. Okay, all right, separate.
Final four speakers, Marissa Patel, followed by George Guntrip, Jonah Figueroa, and Jackson Elliott.
My name is Marissa Patel, and I'm a 7th grader at the Rhodes School. I'm here to talk about how we should reduce the plastic usage in Encinitas. I've always loved going to the beach, but over the years, I've noticed small differences that will eventually add up to one big problem. As more plastic bags are being produced and used, more of them add up to the collection floating in the ocean where sea turtles and other marine life can swallow them, thinking that they are food. Seeing a photograph of a side-by-side comparison of a jellyfish and a plastic bag was overwhelming, and it was even hard for me to tell which one was the jellyfish. So imagine a sea turtle trying to find food. They find what they think is food and end up having a nice meal or dying. Not only do plastic bags kill sea life, but the plastic breaking down, known as microplastics, are almost impossible to clean up, and they often get eaten. Marine debris kills over 100 million marine animals annually. Did you know that the amount of plastic in the sea is estimated to triple by 2050? Here in Southern California, we are most popular for our beaches. But if the plastic continues to grow at this rate, our beaches will become wastelands for miles, and it's our fault. So that's why we should help. We can participate in beach cleanups, expand the bag law that encourages stores and restaurants to use paper bags, and even just spread the word now before we can't take back what we have done to the earth. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, council members. My name is George Guntrip, and I'm a 7th grade student at the Rhodes Middle School. Coming from a person that has lived in San Diego for a long time, I've always been saddened when I come across a plastic cup or bag drifting in the wind while I'm walking along the beach. Marine debris kills over 100 million marine animals annually, including 100,000 marine mammals and 1 million seabirds. Some people have come to believe that plastic bags can hold more than paper bags. And while this may be true, paper bags take 2 weeks to decompose, whereas a plastic bag can take around 500 years. The estimated number of plastic pieces in our ocean is upwards of 5 trillion. And this is something that I, and I hope you, would love to help change for the better. There are many different ways that you could help. Using reusable water bottles, lunch boxes, compostable bags and foodware instead of single-use plastics, and adding a bag law expansion to all retail and restaurants creates a bigger difference than you may think. Most of all, this is our world, and I do not want it to be seen as a giant garbage can. So I urge you to help save our home before the chance slips away from us all. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, council members. My name is Jonah Figueroa, and I'm a student and 7th grader at the Rhodes Middle School.
The button on the right will
Start over.
make the whole thing go down. Yeah, you can start over. If you see the button on the right there, hold the bottom and hold it down for a minute, and it'll start going down. There you go. That'll help.
Ready? Okay. Make it that much more painful. Yeah. Good evening, council members. My name is Jonah Figueroa, and I'm a student and 7th grader at the Rhodes Middle School. I walk down the coast many mornings of the weekends, and it saddens me to see the destruction that we have caused. We all may like plastic for our accessories, as it is more withstandable than cardboard or tree products. However, scientists fear the amount of plastic in the ocean could triple by 2050, making it as or more common than seeing fish. We live in San Diego where the beach is our paradise, but behind the beauty it's not. Nets, bags, straws, caps, bottles, cans, I think I can go on forever, and these are small but deadly items that can harm our ocean's wildlife. We can stop the takeover of plastic before it is too late, before it will affect our planet. Now, I want us to dwell on the fact that we can start by ridding plastic, styrofoam, and other long-term non-degradable materials in our local stores, restaurants, and other convenience places, and making them reusable or compostable. So I urge us to make a decision, because together we can make a small but helpful dent to our nature's life that will hopefully be followed by others. This will make our world a better place, a more enjoyable place. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jackson Elliott, and I'm a 7th grader at the Rhodes School in Encinitas, and I am constantly reminded of how much litter we have. Every time I go to the beach, it seems like I see more trash than people. Storm drains may help us drain water into the ocean, but they are also one of the biggest reasons that plastic ends up in the ocean. By either putting strainers into our storm drains or reducing the amount of single-use plastics, we can drastically decrease the massive 5 million pieces of trash in the ocean. And by putting strainers into our storm drains, the only things that will make it through is microplastics. You may be wondering, then how can we reduce microplastics when we can't even see them? The answer is simple. Stop using single-use plastics. Encinitas has already initiated this project, but there's still a lot of progress needed to make our ocean a better place. One movement that could help our environment is to start using compostable items. Even if the compostable containers were to land in the ocean, A, they would be decomposed quicker, and B, they could act more like driftwood. Because while driftwood is natural in our ocean, plastic is not. Another movement we can try is making art out of plastic. This can change the way people think about trash, because in our hands it has the ability to become something special, but in the mouths of sea creatures, it's deadly. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
That concludes oral communication for tonight.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor, can I say something or address an oral comment?
Sure.
I just want to say to the students, I sponsor a highway cleanup from La Costa Avenue to Poinsettia. So I'm out there once a month cleaning up, picking up trash by myself. I'm not asking you guys to come with me, but you would not. I'm telling you, I kid you not. These plastic bags that Adopt a Highway gives us are big plastic bags. Minimum, I pick up at least 2 full bags by myself, just from that 2-mile stretch, because it's a 2-mile stretch to Adopt a Highway. What you guys are speaking about now, I see it every month, and it's pretty incredible to see it's right there next to the lagoon, which can flow in and out into the ocean and into that lagoon area. It's amazing. You guys, thank you for the presentation. I've seen it firsthand myself, and now I'm glad that you guys are addressing it, so thank you.
Yeah, and thank you for coming and participating in our meeting. We appreciate it. So with that, we will move on to item 6, which is report from closed session, but we did not have a closed session. And City Clerk, are there any changes to the agenda?
There are no changes to the posted agenda, and moving to the consent calendar, items 8F and 8G have been pulled by members of the public.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion to approve the rest.
Motion to approve.
Okay.
Second.
I got a motion and a second that's 8A through 8E. And we will call the question.
Motion carries unanimously and takes us to item 8F.
Yeah.
About No, I said 6, we didn't have a closed session. So what is your question? Let's go ahead and.
So my question was just to the attorney or the clerk. Did we happen to put out an agenda that listed what was on the closed session that was originally scheduled?
There was an agenda that was put out, and then it was withdrawn or canceled, I believe, a few minutes afterwards.
Was the subject of that listed on it?
Yes, it was.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Let's see. So that brings us to item 8F first. So with that, I will turn it over to, well, let me tell you what, I'll read what the item is so we're all on the same page. It is authorize an award of a professional services contract to Michael Baker International Incorporated for the Santa Fe Drive Western Phase Modification Project, and the contact person is Engineer 2 Solomon. And with that, we'll have staff give a hopefully brief, brief report.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and members of the public. My name is Bader Solomon, engineer with the CIP division. The item before you tonight is the design contract award for the Santa Fe West modification project. The recommended action is to authorize the city manager to execute a contract with Michael Baker International for a total not to exceed of $459,398 for the Santa Fe West modification project. That does include a 10% design contingency. And just a brief overview of some of the recent milestones of the project. So last year, on May 13th, staff held a community input meeting to solicit feedback from the public, as well as released a public feedback survey in regards to the recently completed interim Santa Fe West project. Shortly thereafter, we presented the findings of those public outreach efforts to council on May 28th. At that meeting, City Council approved the notice of completion for the interim project, as well as directed staff to return to council with refined design options for further direction on the project. Not too far after that, on November 5th, the city held a special council meeting for the Santa Fe West project, where staff presented on 3 distinct preliminary design options to complete the project. At that meeting, City Council directed staff to proceed with one of 3 options, option B, which was a parallel parking with buffered bike lane option. Since November 5th, staff has solicited design proposals from qualified engineering firms. We have reviewed those proposals, and tonight we are recommending Michael Baker International as the highest qualified consultant for the design of this project. And lastly here, just a brief reminder of option B. This option was the design selection from November 5th, set out to establish 11-foot travel lanes throughout the corridor, as well as reconfiguring the existing reverse angle parking to parallel parking and establishing an eastbound Class 2 bike lane with buffers wherever feasible. So with that, we're happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay, do we have any questions of clarification? If not, we'll go to the public speaker or speakers.
We do have 13 speakers on this item.
Speakers, okay. Boy.
Some with time donations.
Some with time. So I'm going to go 2 minutes on this because we're
last
already
picture?
well into it.
Any time donations or no time?
Time donations, yes.
Okay, so maximum of 6 minutes then with 2 time donations?
Exactly.
Okay. First speaker is Tony Kranz with 2 time donations from Teresa Beauchamp and Fabian Ganel, who is present. Then Bernie Dillon, and then Jeremy Blakespeare.
Yes, thank you. I wanted to share this photo. I thought it was kind of funny. Bruce is full of smiles here, and glad to take that $3 million from the state for this project. Never objected to the things about the project. And so then comes a campaign. And what we saw was a use of the debacle, which was the contractor making life miserable for folks and taking advantage of that to gin up as much bad publicity for this project as possible. as you have taken your seat as mayor, you use this particular project to serve as a populist, someone who, when confronted with why did you do reverse angle parking, or you say, yeah, I don't know, we should pull it out, or who knows what you say, but now you voted to pull it out. And what I would point out is that this parallel parking is essentially the same action as a reverse angle parking with one less turn. Basically, you turn in and you don't have to cut your wheels the other way to put your front tires to the curb. So this council and many folks around the community have what is known in the recreational bike world as car brain. Your decisions are all made based upon how fast you want to get from one place to the other in your car. And it really is, creates a high degree of risk for pedestrians and cyclists when people have car brain and they're making their way through town. Our project here that was approved and built did a very effective job of slowing down traffic, and the results of that were seen in the slides that the sheriff showed tonight. Fewer accidents, and that's because people were driving slower. In this particular stretch, driving slowly is paramount. So the lane width is critical, and any changes to lane width means, especially if it gets wider, it's becoming less safe. I did watch the video of this meeting where you decided to pursue this, and I heard you say that this current project creates liability. And I was surprised because I think you know that when you voted for the project, you had essentially established design immunity because you had engineers plan the project, stamp it, and it met all the requirements for design immunity. So really what created the liability was you up on the dais saying things like that. So risky business. It's unfortunate that you used that comment. And it's operating now. So people I know, they hate change. So reverse angle parking drives them crazy. They want more room for their car in their lane so that, you know, they can go a little swerve here and there and not have to worry about anything. And it's really unfortunate to see that the result of that, an unscientific survey and very vocal opponents of this project have kind of taken over prudent fiscal policy. And that's the most important thing. You're talking about spending millions of dollars to redo this project when it's absolutely unnecessary. I'm proud of the fact that after 20 years of working on it, we have approval for 2 at-grade crossings in Leucadia. It was really a long haul, but we have now cleared a really important hurdle. Meanwhile, there's about 6 million miles to go to get them done. And that's because those at-grade crossings are going to be about $3 million each. So spending $2 million on this project makes us that much further from having the resources to advance that project aggressively, because the folks in Northwest Leucadia deserve a safe way to get across the railroad tracks, both on foot and on bike. And I continue to ride my bike all around town. Santa Fe Drive is my preferred route to get to the east side of town because both Leucadia Boulevard and Encinitas Boulevard are wide and 55-mile-an-hour cars. So I ride down the 101, under the train bridge, up Santa Fe, where speeds are slower. And the eastern part of Santa Fe sucks. You should be working on that project because there are no bike facilities between Ballur and El Camino Real. So it's a shame that you're spending this money. Bruce, I heard you say on tape that you recognize this is a risky political move. It could be costly, and I'm here to make sure that it's as costly as possible for you. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Ehlers and City Council. I'm presenting bullet points why Santa Fe Drive must be fixed. Unsafe. This particular traffic calming has not worked. on Santa Fe Drive. I have showed videos showing people speeding through Santa Fe Drive and the speed monitor going crazy because it couldn't keep up with how fast people were driving right in front of the school. Emergency vehicles cannot make the turn from Windsor or McKinnon onto Santa Fe Drive without going into oncoming traffic. Backup parking is causing backups on Santa Fe Drive, and people are taking side streets way too fast with no bike lanes and no sidewalks. This is endangering the people that live on Justin Lane, Moonavar Road, Kathy Lane, and Ocean Crest Road, putting pedestrians and bicyclists in danger. Backup parking can lead to their people that use the backup parking stalls throw their stuff into the bike lanes. How safe is that for bicyclists? Unsafe for people with canes, walkers, crutches, and wheelchairs to park in backup stalls. How are they supposed to get across loose rocks, high curbs, then a bike lane to get to the sidewalk? This includes senior citizens and anyone with lousy balance like a small child. These loose rocks, you can break an ankle or get hurt worse. The only choice is to walk into the traffic lanes. Doctors' offices lost their parking stalls and showed you pictures of their patients trying to cross the loose rocks, high curbs, and the bike lanes to get to the sidewalk. Why wasn't the handicap parking put in these so that the disabled could get to the access the doctor's office, the church, and the high schools? The bus stop on the side of Santa Fe Drive must be moved.
Thank you.
So I have received a time donation from David Edwards.
Do you have that?
David Edwards is listed as a speaker at the moment, so.
So do we have David? David, donate? Okay. So it's okay. Change it to a donation.
Got it.
Thank you. My name is Jeremy Blakespeare. I am here representing only myself to call out your effort to destroy the Santa Fe Streetscape project for what it is: a petty and wasteful vendetta against my wife, Senator Catherine Blakespeare, and the former council members and community leaders who have supported the numerous improvements to biking and walking infrastructure in the city in recent years. The decision to spend millions of dollars to tear out the Santa Fe streetscape is bad governance, and it's bad for the city. This project did not happen in a vacuum, and I didn't design it. It went through the city's full design and review process. It was approved by the Planning Commission in 2022 with the comment from one local that it has something for everyone. The project, as completed, is a value add for this community. Its landscaping is beautiful. There are plentiful parking spots, safe places for walkers and bikers, and perfectly adequate lanes for car traffic. But now you are choosing to waste the taxpayers' money to tear something down that doesn't need anything other than minor fixes. Is this really the legacy that you want to have in Encinitas? That you spent millions of dollars to destroy a good thing because you dislike the people who created it? Shame on you for even considering it. There are any number of positive, constructive projects you could pursue with this money to make the city better. So please, don't allow your animus toward the prior leadership to dictate your actions. To do so would be short-sighted, vain, wasteful, malicious, and not in the city's best interests. I implore you to change course and to vote no on this agenda item.
Next three speakers, Dodla Ponzil with the time donation from Bob Ayers, who is present, Chris Giles, and then Molly Hantlian.
Thanks, Warren. Dodla Ponzil, Encinitas. I have a PowerPoint. All right, so I have some help from Molly here to go to school. So she says, hey, Mom, I'm taking the new route to SDA today. What new route? She's wondering, her mom. Principal told us that the city is taking out the protected bike lanes, so the principal thought we should start finding safe alternatives. Safe alternatives? What's wrong with the protected bike path on Santa Fe? I'm wondering the same thing, actually, right now. So there's the school. And by the way, if we rip this out, we're going to disrupt them for a long time. There's the eastbound side, which is going to get ripped out. There's a school up there. So I keep asking myself, let's just fix this and don't tear it out. So here's Molly looking at her options. Now, you guys have said, and Jim, you said this specifically, find safer other routes off of Santa Fe. I don't want kids on Santa Fe. All right, so here's what she's going to do. She's going to go up, down, there. Okay, here's Nardo. Shero. I don't know about you, but have you ridden on a Shero recently? It's really scary. I don't ever go out there, and I have an e-bike because a lot of people will slow down and let you do that for a while. Okay, now here's Melba, another Shero. If it were like this all the time, it would be really great, but there are cars behind there. Actually, when there's no center line, the yellow center line, when it's not there, it's actually a little bit safer, I feel. But when you're squished like back here, where are you going to go? Car door opens. You know, they try to pass you because you can't go 20, 30 miles an hour on a bike. Sheros are a sick idea that some crazy engineer came up with to make it seem like we're doing something for bikes. They're like traffic slowing mechanisms for, I'll die before, I'll die to make you slow down. That's what it is. So here we are at the top end of the westbound part, which we're going to, thank God, keep. So here's Molly. She's going to go on here. And I'm not sure taking this out is such a great idea. Need to tell them. Now, we're not taking out this side. We're taking out the other side, but you know what I mean. So let's make, if we're going to do something, and don't tear it out yet till you fix all these other ways. And these side streets that you want to send the kids on, make them work, but not Sheros. Sheros are, you've ridden on Sheros, have you? Yeah? And if somebody comes, big truck behind you, what do you do? What do you do? Yeah, it's scary. So everyone should try that. If you're lucky, drivers will slow down. I estimate 20% will not. And they give you the horn, and they go around you, they push you to the side. I actually think a lot of drivers consider bikes a nuisance, and if they are in their lane, they think they don't belong there, and somebody painted the Shero thing just to piss them off, to allow them to be there. There's a lot of authorities there that say Sheros are primarily something called wayfinding awareness, not a safety intervention. If you want liability and risk, put these kids on these streets and they're going to get killed like those other kids did, and you're going to be responsible.
Thank you.
You're going to be responsible.
Chris Giles, District 2, and I wasn't planning on speaking, but I'll keep this short. Really, my biggest thing at this point is that on the current plans on the agenda report, at the bottom, there's no line item for any community involvement. So we're going to move into another planning process and not have any community involvement or checks on if things are being done the way they're supposed to be done. Hopefully, despite what you may feel about if this project was good or if it was bad, the way it was implemented had a ton of problems, and we can learn from those problems going forward. And we need to have those checks so that we can avoid problems. And as we're looking at the eastern section on the horizon, we need to have that community involvement up front so that we can be more transparent and save more money and hopefully make a plan that is going to represent the needs of the neighborhoods and the residents. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council, Mayor, Molly Hintlian, District 2. So this morning I downloaded the scope of work, and I applaud you on this project to move forward and to move judiciously. I noted this morning that there was only one letter of public comment, which I find that there were some really good nuggets in it. And I find it ironic, based upon some of the prior speakers, that admittedly there were mistakes. So let's move forward. Admittedly, the mistakes were large. I spoke to them myself this past summer and past year. So we don't want to repeat those. So I think that we have a good outline with Michael Baker and Associates. And as the last speaker mentioned, I think for community trust, we probably do want to see the plans in progress or get some type of updates at City Council, because I think that's important. Other than that, let's sign it and let's get it fixed. Thank you.
Next three speakers, Judy Burlfine, Howard LaGrange, and then Natalie Satoon with the time donation from Teresa Conkey, who is present.
Good evening, council members. A few people have already said the gist of what I'm saying. I hope you remember that according to the citizen participation handout that the city issued in September of 2025, every city-sponsored capital improvement project shall also include a citizen participation program that must be implemented before final approval or award of construction bid. I support the goals of the current configuration with cyclists separated from cars. As far as what you do with the parking, I don't care, do anything you want, but it worries me that we are putting cyclists right next to the cars. But we did make some mistakes the first time around, and let's not repeat them again. The first project was vetted during COVID. There was one CPP event on Zoom in March of 2021. There was never an opportunity for residents to see and provide feedback on the final design. Let's not make that mistake again. The second concern relates to renderings of the project. The residents need to be assured they will have access to user-friendly renderings of the entire project so they can visualize it. I used to think this was all about me, but I realized it's really about you. I'll continue to ride my bike no matter what you do to the streets. But there are a lot of people who won't be caught dead riding on streets where they have to ride directly adjacent to vehicles. And with all the new housing, that means there'll be quite a few more cars on the road. It feels like you're shooting yourself in the foot. You're removing the type of bicycle infrastructure that makes fearful riders more comfortable, essentially forcing those folks back into their cars, making traffic even
You can
worse.
cut off the mic when on the third beep.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, council members, city staff. My name is Howard LaGrange. I'm a former naval aviator for quite a few years and just recently retired from the city of Oceanside as the active transportation coordinator for the city. During my 18 years of employment, I was involved in numerous projects like this, whether it was Coastal Rail Trail, Inland Rail Trail, bridging across Almosta Creek, etc. I'm also a certified league bicycle instructor, and I do teach here in Encinitas. And I applaud the city for having that ability to have the kids have a chance. And I also understand the captain's concern about what goes on with e-bikes. I'm here to ask the question today, is Michael Baker the best engineering company that has experience with this type of project? And when I look at Michael Baker, who I was not familiar with previously, they're very noted for large international engineering companies, extensive experience in constructing highways, bridges, tunnels. Arctic oil line, bike line projects are one of their fortes also. I was unable to find any mention of any project that they've done recently with this type of situation. None of them also had any comments regarding community input, which I feel is so important. All the projects I managed in Oceanside all had extensive community input with the stakeholders, sometimes spending as much as 10% on the total project. There are numerous and well-known companies that specialize in this type of project we're dealing with. Alta Planning and Design, Fear and Piers, Chin Ryan, Kennedy Horn, all these firms that specialize in active transportation, they understand the importance of community and project input. Out of the budget, you have almost 10% that relates to having a, thank you. I do recommend, though, that we find another source for this and actually resubmit the bid. Thank you.
To everybody, 2 minutes, third beep, cut the mic. Okay.
Hi, Natalie Satoon Cardiff. I have a couple of pieces of information. This is a traffic collision on Santa Fe on Saturday night, and this is a child riding in the travel lane on Sunday, not using the bike lane. So I would like to remind you that, I also have two traffic reports from the Encinitas Fire Department requiring transport to La Jolla for a serious traumatic injury, since this is the April traumatic injury, and we have the June traumatic injury on top of Kurt Lester. But I'm actually here to urge you to move forward with the contract for the revision of Santa Fe, and I'd like to thank you for doing what elected officials are supposed to do, and that is listen. You've analyzed the safety features, visited the site with residents, business owners, traffic professionals, and most importantly, our fire safety team and first responders. Hopefully you've created friendships like I have throughout this process, because we do have the best people here in town. You stood there and saw what we see every day on Santa Fe. You didn't dismiss concerns. You engaged with them. This is what leadership of locally focused elected officials looks like. You were elected to carry out a duty to protect residents, reduce city liability, and put safety first. We deserve infrastructure that is unquestionably safe, not experimental. The city has accumulated feedback from thousands of residents over the past year who did not support the project. These residents have submitted comments, photographs, participated in surveys, attended marathon-length meetings to speak in opposition and concern. The message has been consistent. It's not working, it's not safe, and Santa Fe is unfit for safe travel. I recognize that a political attempt that likely exists to wield influence to stop this duly elected council from carrying out what it was elected to do. Our city's liability exposure must be prioritized over anyone's political initiative. This is our safety, our infrastructure, and our money. And this council was elected to safeguard Encinitas. It takes courage that you all have shown to acknowledge when something has gone wrong. It takes bold leadership to stand up to agenda-driven opposition and say, we're going to fix this failed and flawed design. Please uphold the local control of traffic and mobility designs. Our local street design should reflect the specific needs of our community and not be distracted solely by broad, one-size-fits-all standards ties to grant funding, Sandai requirements, or outside interest. Tonight, I ask you to move forward with this contract, do the right thing by protecting our residents, and continue showing that this council listens to the people it serves. Thank you.
Next three speakers, Marley Jowdy, Rachel Graves, and then Quincy Bump.
Just a quick moment. If you want to cheer for the person who comes up because they agree with your opinion, great, cheer for them. But we don't boo in this chamber. We're all Encinitans, and that's just not called for. So it's just, if you want to cheer for somebody, cheer for them. If you want to boo, just keep it to yourself, please.
But on the other hand, we're also not requiring that nobody do anything like has happened in the past. I will not do jazz hands here or anything like that. I mean, you're going to, people are going to express emotion. I prefer you don't boo. I agree with that comment. But certainly we're not going to limit that kind of free public expression here. So please, yeah.
Great. Thank
you have your full time.
Thanks. My name is Marley Jowdy, and I'm a resident here in Cardiff. Speeds have dropped on Santa Fe, and city data demonstrates this. Yes, the speed limit was reduced from 30 to 30 or 35 to 30. However, the speed limit has always been effectively 25 since it's a school zone. The lanes are currently 10 feet, and this plan will widen them to 11 feet. Bloomberg School of Public Health studies demonstrate that vehicles drive more slowly in narrow lanes and that collisions decrease when vehicles drive more slowly. Please reconsider your decision to widen the lanes, and if you do not, please make the surrounding streets much safer before taking action. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good evening, Rachel Graves. I want to thank this council for your bold leadership. It is not easy to change course, especially when there is pressure from the designers and advocates who championed this project. Before construction began, the community was not given a meaningful opportunity to weigh in. But you changed that. You paused when dangerous design elements became clear. You reached out to schools, nearby businesses, residents, and our exceptional fire department. I saw you walking the corridor at all times of day, and I watched you take community input seriously. You put out a survey and heard a clear and overwhelming call to fix the most obvious safety hazards, and then you took action. And for that, I commend you. There was only one public comment submitted for tonight, and I think it's worth noting that it came from Encinitas Bike Walk, a group that was deeply involved in the planning of this project. You can note that they noticed the design flaws and the safety hazards. She went on to describe individual safety issues with the project. I know that changing course has come at a high cost and that it required far more work from staff, the city manager, and the council than you anticipated. And I know you're spending money you would rather spend on something else in the city. And so I applaud all of you. In the words of a more famous Rachel, sometimes you just need to pivot. I trust you will.
Hello and good evening, Council. My name is Quincy Bump, and I am speaking on behalf of the Encinitas members of the San Diego County Bicycle Coalition, which, as we heard earlier, is the official bike educators in the city of Encinitas. Our coalition feels strongly that improve, don't remove is the best response to the current shortcomings of the Santa Fe Drive project. We want to commend the city of Encinitas for taking street safety seriously and for reacting to the tragic deaths of recent years. While we acknowledge that Santa Fe Drive is imperfect, the street is now slower and therefore safer with the infrastructure improvements. We can improve on this further, and we would be encouraged to see council move in that direction towards accessibility rather than abandon the progress that has already been made. We ask that the City of Encinitas collect impact data and implement a proper community participation plan before moving forward with any redesign. Furthermore, I would like to comment on the proposed redesign itself as approved in November. Class 2 bike lanes are not sufficient for cyclists. It's not a matter of if, but when we will see cyclists using the buffered bike lanes in the wrong direction because it's the only protected infrastructure, especially kids on e-bikes. We ask that you seriously consider improvements that directly address the specific shortcomings of the current Santa Fe project rather than throwing the entire project out and spending more money to move backwards. Thank you.
That does conclude speakers on this. However, we had Teresa Beauchamp register opposition but wish not to speak. Same with Bob Ayers. And then Scott Campbell registered support but did not wish to speak.
Okay, very good. With that, we will, what time is it? Let's go through deliberation, and we'll start with Councilmember Lyons.
Thank you, Mayor Ehlers. I have a statement I want to make for the record. Based on what I'm hearing from some folks about the history that they're recalling on this project, what I'm trying to do here is clarify the record. In April of 2025, the contractor exited the contract before the project was completed. And then the city immediately asked the public what they thought of the job. At that time, construction cones and barriers were still up. The traffic signals were not properly timed. The bike path transitions on both ends of the San Dieguito block had not been built, and they still aren't today. The bus stop was incomplete. Stormwater bioretention basins were roped off. Parking spaces were barricaded. The project was dragged on for months longer than promised, frustrating residents and businesses across the city. And that was when the city surveyed the public. We asked the public, what do you think? The contractor failed to finish the work. The city failed to let the contractor go in a timely manner. We then failed to complete the project ourselves, and in the middle of that unfinished, inconvenient, and highly frustrating situation, we asked residents for their opinion. Of course, they were upset. And it was that survey is what this city council uses to justify this item. But since then, the public opinion has evolved. By November 5th of 2025, when we discussed the next steps for Santa Fe Drive at a special meeting, people's thoughts had changed. At this special meeting, there were 121 pages of written public comment submitted with over 90% supporting not wasting the taxpayer money and supporting just finishing and improving, or improve, not remove. There were 41 oral comments, and 2/3 of them were asking us to just improve the project and finish it, not remove significant parts of it. Speakers included those who were supportive of improve, not remove, included the San Dieguito Academy board representative and leadership, the adjacent businesses, including the church, and students. Residents asked us to finish what we had started, complete the safe bike refuges at each end of the block, complete pathway transitions at both ends, and make other minor adjustments. Instead of listening to the public, this city council has chosen to redesign the roadway by removing the separated bike lane, eliminating a lot of parking, and redesigning so that cyclists are going to be between traffic and parked cars. Today, we are voting on committing $450,000 for that redesign. And there's no plan to have meaningful community and neighborhood involvement. This reconstruction price tag will be roughly $5 million altogether. To fund this, we will need to take money from other critical priorities. Constructing playground improvements at Glen Park, for example. Fixing drainage and flooding in Leucadia. Advancing at-grade crossings, rail crossings in Leucadia. And creating a safe parking program solution for our unhoused residents. These are all things our community needs desperately and has voiced strong support for. Approving item 8F is not fiscally responsible, and it does not best protect the safety of our children and community. For these reasons, I cannot support it.
Okay, thank you. I'll hop in next. Boy, I feel like I had a lot of words put in my mouth tonight that pretty interesting. So, and I'm not going to go through all the arguments, but I'm going to summarize the arguments so that we can be time sensitive here. The major problems with this project, the way it was designed and the way it was poorly implemented. First and foremost, back-end parking. I have not only looked at the survey, for the last year and a half, campaigning and in office, the last thing I always ask people I meet with in my chamber, in my office, is, hey, by the way, what do you think of Santa Fe? I do not find people that support it. Most of them rank and file out there drive cars, and they don't understand back-end parking. They can't use it. They don't understand how to use it. They get back, cars come right up to them and won't let them back in. I've seen it. I've been out there plenty of times. I went out, and to address the comment about orange cones, we purposely, when we came on board here, we purposely said, let's bring this to a close. Let's get the orange cones down. Let's get the work finished. And we declared the completion of the project. At that point, we started 2 months of monitoring, where I think I was out there 6 times at pickup and drop off, taking pictures and watching, both on Santa Fe and on Melba, because the thing that is being ignored here is how much traffic, and I've talked to enough people, they now don't go on Santa Fe, they go on Melba. So yes, it did slow down, but yes, they are now driving where all the bicyclists are. The second observation I got from being out there for pickup and drop off multiple times, and I've said this at previous meetings, is that there aren't many kids from SDA using these protected bike lanes. There's a handful at best during each pickup and drop off. Most of them are out in the street, both at pickup and drop off, with the cars, just zooming right in. I see it multiple times where somebody coming westbound in Santa Fe, a kid on a bike, in traffic, in a Shero, goes in and sweeps into the leftmost lane and goes right into the parking lot. It is the most unsafe thing, and what I'm up here to do is change those portions, and unfortunately that includes the poorly done back-end parking, and that is a major redo right there. So when you talk about don't remove, improve, that is why we have to do this. We have to remove the most hated portion of this. So back-end parking, the pedestrian path, there's no way to get out of the back-end parking without either stepping over a pretty tall curb with loose cobble, or if you can't do that, you have to go literally into a narrow travel lane, about a 9.5-foot wide travel lane. It's absolutely crazy. That's dangerous. I continue. The right hook. We have built in a right hook danger on every one of those 7 driveways on eastbound Santa Fe. We put large cars and vans between the bicyclist riding and the car coming in. Luckily, when we got up here, this group actually put in markings across that bike lane, so there was the green, clear hatch, so people would remember, hey, there's a bike lane crossing me before I get all the way out to the road. But that needs to change. I've talked to many members since this was implemented. Venture Church, the pastor and members of Venture Church hate this. Members of Bobby Riggs, I have lots of friends that play at Bobby Riggs. They hate going in and out of the parking lot now, and they feel it is dangerous to come onto the road. The sidewalk to the west, the sidewalk where the bike path and sidewalk are shared, and there's a green stripe as though pedestrians and bicyclists are going to use that barrier, that stripe, to keep them from hitting each other. It's ridiculous. It's got to be fixed. My favorite, and this happened, this is not political. The U.S. Post Office refused to deliver mail to the 14 houses on this street when this was implemented. That's not politics. That is, they said it's unsafe to pull over. It has to be fixed. I can keep going. Emergency vehicles cannot pass during peak periods. There's no place to pull over. That's why we go to the buffered bike lanes, because at least then cars could pull over and make room for emergency vehicles, and we can get people to the hospital, of course, that is just down the street here. The usable bike width is not really 10 feet. If you measure it, go out there, which many of you have out there, I know, it's really 9.5 feet. If you measure 10 feet, it's from the top of the hard curb to the center of the yellow stripe. That's the 10 feet. But really, if you go out there and watch trucks and buses, they are cheating into the center by, most of the way, they're going by about 18 inches. And so it's not a good situation. It needs redesign. I already talked about the students, and even our own fire department stood in here and said 11 feet is what they want to see as the minimum to get the fire trucks down there safely. I could keep going. I'm not going to. There are even more things. We've had lots of discussion about this and a lot of public input. We will continue to take public input. What I want to do here is we want to have a good design that is well executed, both. Not a poor design that is poorly executed, which is what we've got. And that's what I found most interesting tonight, because I'm going to pick on some people. Judy Burlfine, who is a proponent of keeping it the way it is, said, we did make mistakes the first time around, quote unquote. Go back, look at the tape. There were other things that, Chris Giles, I loved your comment, the way it was implemented had a ton of problems, quote unquote. I think we agree on something. We have problems. Therefore, it is incumbent upon us to minimize the liability by improving safety on this portion. That's what we've got to do. So I am supporting this absolutely. I want to talk a little bit about future public input. CPP is designed, I was part of the proponents that brought CPP to the city. It's designed for the pre-application phase, the early on. As I said in a previous meeting up here, we're the electeds, the buck stops here. I will not send this to a subcommittee. I will not send this to other commissions. We need to do it here with full public input, and that means both sides. And I welcome both sides. I love your comments. I listen closely. I will continue to listen closely. I'm sure my fellow council members will continue to listen closely. So one of the things I've asked staff to address is when we have a 50, typically we can bring stuff back at the 50% of design phase. I'd like to see it come back for a special meeting. We've done that before on this project. We've had a special 4 o'clock meeting, taken all the public input and had the discussion about the design. The plan I would put forth continues that practice. And if you would, I'd like the city manager to address that possibility.
Yes, thank you. I have talked to the Director of Engineering, Dan Nutter. Absolutely. At 50%, we have a really good idea of what the project will look like, but it's not too late to make some changes or tweaks. 30% is a little early, and then once we get to 90, that's pretty much done. So yeah, we will go ahead and agendize a special meeting so that we have enough time to hear from all of our residents and for council to deliberate. And then if we see anything that we do need to make changes, we can still do that, and it wouldn't be too late. So we will plan that.
And with that, I will yield to Deputy Mayor O'Hara.
Before anyone gets upset with me about contradicting what was said by Councilmember Lyons, I think we should be more outraged by what was said. I don't believe that timeline you gave was accurate. The contractor exited, then the council, and it came to council. Council paused it, removed all the tape, and then had people look at it for, I believe it was 2 months.
Yep.
Over which time there was a survey sent out in which 90% of it. So I'd like you to retract your statement because it wasn't factual, it was untruthful. And while I'm going to get a lot of trouble for this, I think people should expect when you make a statement like that for it to be truthful. In the meeting we had, school representatives did come up. The school representatives one of them who's running for office, said something that also I rebutted with a quote from the principal from the school, who quoted that they'd been working with us every 2 weeks and gone through the school liaison committee meeting. And so that, I don't know if you throw it out in this case, but that was proven to be inaccurate. I don't know why they used an inaccurate statement, but they did. The church was here, so were the students. The church wanted it fixed, mainly for the right-hand hook purposes. The students did not like it. We had 2 students, young men, sit up here. They did a great speech up here. They made it very clear that they don't like it. We also had a doctor who told us he struggles to get to the hospital. The Postal Service, as the mayor said, suspended service. The dentist office also came here to tell us that it was disrupting their business. And the fire department, despite me trying to get the lanes a little bit narrower, said we really need the 11-foot lanes. So the attempt was made to do that. And it was out of the caution of safety that we made sure the lane stayed at 11 feet. Safety being the most important part of this. Eastbound Santa Fe, I heard that mentioned, and I just want to make sure everyone understands that these are 2 separate discussions, but eastbound Santa Fe is still on as far as this council is concerned, as far as I know. So it's not, what we decide tonight isn't going to affect that.
I think you mean eastern segment.
The eastbound segment, yeah. East segment, yes. Is still on board, and it is to be done, and we all think it can be improved, and we're looking forward to improving it. I think the gentleman who was mentioning that has already left, but I just wanted to make sure that everybody knew that. I'm going to motion to approve, and I would maybe add the mayor's amendment to add some form of CPP to it.
No, not CPP, 50%.
50% review.
Special meeting of the Encinitas City Council to review it with full public input.
Perfect. Yes, that would be my motion.
And renderings that people can understand on where we're going.
That's my motion.
And I'll second that. And let's see, oh, sorry, Councilmember Schaefer, were you done?
Were you done?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks, Mayor.
Sorry.
Hey, Dan, real quick, how many miles of road do we have in the city?
We have roughly 165 lane miles in the city of Encinitas.
Yeah, 165 lane miles. This is a quarter mile of stretch of land. And a big part of this, I've said this before, it was already labeled here. There's a couple of other protected bike lanes that are, some of it's being taken out, some of the bollards, and this is inconsistent. So to have the bike riders, to have anybody get used to the way this is set up, if with everything that was just said, it's not fair to the riders and the bikers, or I mean the drivers and the bikers, to have something inconsistent that we can't predict. The bikers' movements, the cars' movements, the more consistent we can get across the city, the better our city will be. So that one section where you gotta be protected, well, go on Bonita. It's not protected. It doesn't have any share. It doesn't have any of the right stuff. There's not enough room for cars. So the second you get off that one section, it's back to being unprotected. But if we did more around those, like was mentioned, and that's a part of the project, simultaneously to fix those sides. But this should have been the last thing done, not the first thing done. And so that's where this stands. So I triple whatever confirm this. So I'm ready to vote. Whenever you guys are.
Okay, and Councilmember Lyons.
I'll just be brief because my colleagues are avid about moving this forward with an approval. So I just want to be gracious and respond to Deputy Mayor O'Hara in that my statements were not inaccurate. I think the thing that we're both saying is that the project was not complete when the contractor exited it. And that's a matter of fact that our contracts dictate and state. But I think he's saying the same thing, so it's just maybe how we said it.
Is that it? Okay, Deputy Mayor O'Hara.
I'll just clarify. No, I think you went on to say that we then had people evaluate it with all of the cones and the orange tape up. We can play the tape back in the back later. And that's inaccurate. And I know that you know that that's inaccurate.
I don't. I believe it is accurate, but I'm willing to say.
Okay.
Let's just put it there.
That's great. I appreciate that, and I'm glad we were able to have this conversation. Before we get going, I do want to talk about this discussion about, just touch on it quickly. We are looking to the alternative ways of getting kids to school and making it safer. Safe routes to school is on the board. It's something we're working avidly with our engineering department, our other staff members, our community members, our student liaison committee. It is a priority, and it's something that it sounds like we need to couple with this, and I'm really excited as far as the opportunity to see that go forward. And I'm really excited that we're working on something that I think the community is calling for. So I just want to make sure that you all knew that that was happening, because it's a really important piece that goes along with all of our safety, whether it's at SDA or any of our schools. Thank you.
Okay. With that, I think I have a motion and a second on the table, and I will call the question.
Motion carries 4-1 with Councilmember Lyons voting no.
Okay. That will take us on to item 8G, right? We have one more. 8G, which is an off-cycle fiscal year 2025-26 budget appropriation for Equipment Replacement Fund 623, authorization to purchase a rotor truck outfit, and request for letter of intent to purchase a sewer vacuum truck. And the contact person is Senior Management Analyst Elmore. On his way, okay. I think this will hopefully be quick, and then we'll take a quick break after the, now how many, one speaker? By the public, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Would you like a staff report?
I have a question for staff. I'm happy to say it first.
Yeah, if you don't need a staff report, we can save the time.
It's fairly,
Okay.
it's straightforward. I
So
understand.
come on up.
Thank you. Well, in a meeting full of interesting fire and police and Santa Fe presentations, not to mention Sage Creek, somebody's got to pay attention to sewer truck accounting, and that someone today is me. So we bought a truck in fiscal year 23-24, a vacuum truck. It's just the vacuum truck accounting I'm talking about. We bought a truck with sewer money. It was supposed to be used both for sewers and storm drains, so I guess that made sense. But at some point, the city decides, no, it's only going to be used for storm drains. At that point, the money's got to come out of the general fund. Should have been done then, but apparently wasn't done. Okay, that's a question for the auditors at some future date. But now we're kind of taking care of it. And my questions are, why are we doing half now and half in the future? It seems like if we have this problem, we understand, then the money should be transferred now. Otherwise, the sewer people, the people who pay sewer fees, like me, are basically giving the general fund an interest-free loan. That doesn't seem to make any sense. It's just not the right way to run a railroad. And so I just would like to understand what we're doing here. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Staff, would you like to respond?
So it's an interesting question. I appreciate it. Thank you for raising the issue. It's my understanding that there was not a point in time where a decision was made that it would be dedicated only to stormwater usage. What we're reflecting at this point is the pattern of usage since that vehicle was purchased. And so we're trying to square up in alignment, I think, with your general sentiment. And that's the gist of what's going on here. The split payment, the 50% this year, 50% next year, I received guidance from qualified staff who told me that's the way to go. My bailiwick is the operations and procuring the vehicles that our operations need to clean the sewers. So that's why these two particular vehicles at this point in time, and this is how we're trying to handle the finance at this point. I would defer to our finance professionals to answer more specific questions than that.
I'll hop in, and I think the goal here was just to make it a little easier to budget for the fiscal year. And since it was a shared use piece of equipment that in the end was being used by only one, then ultimately it's got to come out of the enterprise fund for sewer, and it's got to be paid out of the city's general fund, and that's what's happening. So to make the budgeting work out, I imagine it was just easier to do the half and half, and plus part of the half
is going to be offset by the salvage value, the trade-in value, if you will, of the old vehicle. So, but it made enough sense that I don't think anybody's getting a free ride on either side of the equation here, and it's just getting the asset to where it belongs ultimately, and doing it all in the public forum like we're doing.
Yes, and Mayor, just so you know, the Finance Department does, whenever there's a fiscal impact to an agenda report, they do look that over. So that was looked over by our Director of Finance, Mr. Gallup, and that was the plan to do that.
Okay, but was there any timing on any rationalization behind the why splitting it in half rather than doing it as one lump sum?
Yeah, just basically looking at finances as a whole. Remember, we're coming up to budget workshops. The other part is to, go ahead, Jared wants to say something.
There are two vehicles in the staff report, and the one at issue is the VACCON. And what we're entertaining this evening is a letter of intent to purchase a replacement in the future. And so these monies are moving in advance of that purchase. It's not as though we're financing the purchase across the enterprise. It's not what's going on here. And so to the gentleman's point, we're trying to align the funding with the usage of the existing vehicle prior to bringing the replacement into the fleet. It's at this inflection point, this decision point, that we assess how it was utilized and try to square that up. So I assure you, all of this is being done in good faith. It was when we purchased it. We do appreciate the comment, and it was a point of discussion among staff, and so we think we've arrived at a reasonable accommodation that makes everybody whole and allows operations to continue expeditiously.
And so I think in the report you said the actual purchase of the truck will occur in 6 to 9 months from now?
That's
roughly?
the estimated delivery timeline for the VACCON, yes, sir.
So that's when the money will come out of the fund, that it'll be fully funded at that point. And so that's really the time that we have to have the money there.
That's our plan, yes.
There is some question of which fund earns the interest. And the amount of interest we earn won't make that big of a difference, so.
And thank you for the dialogue. I'd like to move approval of this item.
Okay, I've got a motion. Do I have a second? Second, okay, I have a motion and a second. With that, call the question.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, with that, we're going to take a 13-minute break. So 8:45. No, not a 24-hour break. So. Yeah. Let's make it clear.
How you doing, man?
session. And with that, we'll introduce, this is a public hearing to consider a timely filed appeal, case number appeal -008659-2026 of the Planning Commission's denial of a concession and imposition of conditions requiring construction of frontage improvements for a 120-unit multifamily apartment development on a 5.23-acre vacant site. The project is located on the southeasterly corner of Sage Canyon Drive and El Camino Real, and the contact person is Senior Planner Bustamante. With that, we'll have a staff report. Although, before we go there, since this is a public meeting, we'll go through several formal steps. We will have the staff report given. I will ask the council after that to disclose any other information they have received that is not included in the staff report, and then we'll go through preliminary questions before we open the public hearing. So with that, staff.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, members of the public. My name is Christina Bustamante. I am one of the senior planners on the Planning Division team, and I will be presenting this item tonight. The project site is located on the south side of Sage Canyon Drive. The site is sloping downward towards the west. The topography ranges from an elevation of 223 feet above mean sea level in the southeastern portion of the site to approximately 86.5 feet above mean sea level in the western portion of the site. The property is currently accessed from Sage Canyon Drive. The project site is within the Housing Element Residential 30 Overlay Zone. The surrounding property to the north, west, and south are within the Residential 3 Zone, and properties to the east are within the Residential 2 Zone. The Rural Residential 2 Zone is intended to provide for low-density, single-family detached residential units and maximum densities of 2 units per net acre as a transition from the rural to the more suburban areas within the city. The Rural Residential 3 Zone is intended to provide for single-family detached residential units and maximum densities of 3 units per acre as rural to suburban transition. The surrounding neighborhood includes single-family residential development to the north and east, condominiums to the west, and church facilities to the south. The project includes a density bonus request, design review permit, and coastal development permit to construct a 120-unit multifamily apartment development on 5.23-acre vacant site. 22 units are proposed to be deed restricted to low-income households in perpetuity, and 2 low-income units will be deed restricted to be available to low-income households for 55 years for a total of 24 low-income units. All units, market rate, and low income will be built in a single phase of the project. The project would include a leasing office, a club room, a fitness room, and a pool area. The project would feature 1 vehicular access point from Sage Canyon Drive. A housing development consisting of 5 or more dwelling units may propose a density bonus in accordance with state density bonus law. Projects that qualify for the California State Density Bonus Law are also permitted waivers and concessions. A concession pursuant to State Density Bonus Law is defined as a reduction in site development standards or a modification of zoning code or architectural design requirements, such as a reduction in setbacks, minimum square footage requirements, approval of mixed-use zoning, or other regulatory incentives or concessions which actually result in identifiable and actual development cost reductions. Under state density bonus law, a waiver is an exception to or modification of local development standard, such as a setback requirement, height limit, or parking ratio that would otherwise physically prevent a housing project from being constructed at the density allowed by the state density bonus law. The applicant is allowed up to 2 incentives or concessions and an unlimited number of waivers. This project is requesting 6 waivers and 1 concession through the state density bonus law. The project renderings are provided perspectives from the north, south, east, and west. The applicant is requesting a waiver from design standard, which states that when a retaining wall exceeds 6 feet in height, a maximum of 3 freestanding or retaining walls within 20 horizontal feet are permitted if a 4-foot minimum landscape step back is provided between each proposed wall with a maximum height of 6 feet for each wall. The waiver would allow retaining walls up to approximately 34 feet in height. Retaining walls have been split between the east side and west side. Importantly, the taller retaining walls located to the easterly side of the project will be screened by the proposed building. The applicant is requesting a waiver from standard building height, which is limited to 35 feet in the R30 overlay zone. The waiver would allow a building height on the west elevation of 75 feet 2 inches to the tallest point of the access stairs and 73 feet 2 inches to the tallest point of the residential building. The applicant is requesting a waiver for private storage space, which is a standard minimum of 200 cubic feet of lockable enclosed storage area per unit shall be provided within a garage or carport area or within the main building. The waiver would allow the project to provide 70 storage units with approximately 225 cubic feet of space, which is more than the required 200 cubic feet, but less than 1 storage space for each unit. The appellant is requesting a waiver from standard private open space, which states a minimum of 100 square feet per unit shall be provided as private open space for both ground floor units and units contained wholly on the second and third floors. For units wholly on the second and third floors, this open space may be provided by outdoor decks. The waiver would allow 7,039 square feet of private open space, which is approximately 60 square feet of private open space per unit. The applicant is requesting a waiver from the standard, which requires 200 square feet of common open space per unit. The waiver would allow approximately 5,200 square feet of outdoor common open space and approximately 4,100 square feet of indoor common amenity space. The applicant is requesting a waiver from the standard, which limits encroachments into natural steep slopes by 10%. Limiting development in steep slope areas. Over 30% of the project site is covered by slopes greater than 25%. The code limits the project to encroaching steep slopes to 10%. The waiver would allow the project to encroach approximately 28% into the steep slope area. A concession or incentive pursuant to state density bonus law is defined as a reduction in site development standards or a modification of zoning code or architectural design requirements, such as a reduction in setback or minimum square footage requirement. Approval of mixed-use zoning or other regulatory incentives or concessions which actually result in identifiable and actual development cost reductions. The city is required to grant the concession or incentive proposed by the developer unless it finds the proposed concession or incentive does not result in identifiable and actual cost reductions, would cause a specific adverse impact on public health or safety, would harm property listed on the California Historic Register, or would be contrary to state federal law. Typically, new developments require right-of-way improvements. The project has requested a concession to allow for the proposed project to be granted discretionary permits without public improvements along the project frontage on El Camino Real. The city received a letter dated October 9th, 2024, demonstrating that the applicant acknowledged the city's concerns with approving the concession request that would allow omitting the public improvements along El Camino Real. As described in detail in the December 10th, 2025 memorandum from the city engineer, omitting the installation of the required public improvements would cause a significant adverse public health and safety impact that cannot be mitigated. The concession would result in adverse public health and safety impacts to pedestrian safety and accessibility, bicycle safety, traffic safety, and evacuation time in the event of an emergency. the absence of a sidewalk along the proposed project's frontage, a prime arterial where 120 residential units would be constructed along the highest speed roadway in the city of Encinitas, prevailing speeds of 56 miles per hour, would have a significant, quantifiable, direct, and unavoidable impact on public health and safety, and that it would increase the risk of collisions involving pedestrians and vehicles. The resulting unsafe conditions impact pedestrians from the project who desires to reach an off-site location. The current bicycle lane is not buffered from vehicular traffic, increasing the risk of collisions with vehicles and making it difficult for drivers to maintain the 3-foot separation required by state law. The lack of uniformity in the roadway cross-section along its entirety increases the risk of collisions because the sudden change in the alignment of the roadway can affect driver expectations and behavior by disrupting visual cues for drivers. Finally, as seen throughout the state, and most recently with the Palisades fire, having appropriate and adequate evacuation routes can be the difference between life and death. Portions of the city of Encinitas are highly prone to wildfires, especially the community of Olivenhain. The fire department has identified the Olivenhain fire evacuation route, outlining the emergency evacuation route for all residents of Olivenhain during the wildfire, including El Camino Real, because it is one of the direct routes out of Olivenhain community and can serve as an alternative to the I-5 if it is jammed. The city's adopted public road standards identify the requirements for street, sidewalk, and bicycle improvements. El Camino Real is designated as a prime arterial roadway per the Encinitas circulation element and requires 3 vehicular lanes on the east side with a 10-foot wide parking lane and a 10-foot wide parkway that includes a 5-foot wide sidewalk, as shown on this slide. The public road standards require an additional right-of-way for a bikeway. The city's bikeway plan requires a Class 2 bikeway in this portion of El Camino Real. Legislative context for this project: pursuant to California State Density Bonus Law, the city is required to grant the incentive or concession proposed by the developer unless it finds that the proposed incentive or concession does not result in identifiable and actual cost reductions, would cause a specific adverse impact on public health or safety impact, or would cause an adverse impact on any real property that is listed in the California Register of Historic Resources that cannot be mitigated, or would be contrary to state or federal law. State density bonus law restricts the type of information and reports that a developer may be required to provide the city in order to obtain the requested incentive or concession. And the city has the burden of proof in the event it declines to grant a requested incentive or concession. The applicant requested a concession to remove the requirement to construct public improvements, as they stated the improvements are a burden to the project with an additional cost that would preclude the project from being built. The Planning Commission found that omitting the installation of the standard public improvements would cause a significant adverse public health and safety impact that cannot be mitigated. The findings required by state law to deny the concession are contained within the Planning Commission resolution. The Planning Commission hearing held at the December 18th, 2025 meeting, PC approved the resolution 2025-36, approving the project, denying the concession, and conditioning the project to design and construct the standard public improvements on El Camino Real based upon the findings and conditions contained within the resolution of approval. A timely filed appeal was received by Dennis Zarubla, the CFO representative at Sage Canyon Investors, LLC, on December 23rd, 2025. The appellant's position stated there is no evidence that the project itself will cause a specific adverse impact on health and safety. The finding required by state law is that the granting of the concession will have a specific adverse impact on public safety, not that the project itself will have a specific adverse impact on public safety. As amply demonstrated in the city engineer's memorandum and the proposed findings, if the concession is granted and the frontage improvements required by the city adopted standards are not constructed, there will be quantifiable, direct, and unavoidable impacts such as increase in risk to pedestrians, an increase in risk to bicyclists, and an increase in evacuation time in the event of a fire, among other effects. In any case, construction of the project with no frontage improvements will have a specific adverse impact on public safety. The residents of the 120 homes proposed in this project will add 720 motor vehicle trips per day on South El Camino Real, increasing hazards to pedestrians and bicyclists, especially by the increased number of cars turning right into the project. The project encourages pedestrian trips to the south of El Camino Real by providing an accessible path of travel to Sage Canyon Drive, but then provides no pedestrian facilities for the increased number of pedestrians traveling south to the church, the child care, and other facilities, increasing the risk of an accident by 65 to 89%. The project also provides bicycle facilities for residents, but increases the risk to bicyclists by 15 to 30% by failing to provide a buffer lane. Furthermore, the environmental assessment adopted with the housing element update stated that future development would be subject to the city's roadway design standards. The assessment concluded that compliance with the city's roadway standards would preclude traffic hazards and compliance with the Encinitas Municipal Code and would preclude inadequate emergency access. The photo you see on this particular slide is existing conditions without the required public improvements on South El Camino Real, with the pedestrian sidewalk segment shown in red, the buffered bike lane shown in blue, and the vehicle travel parking lane shown in purple. This is a slide with the existing roadway cross sections to the south, adjacent, and north of the project site, with the disconnected section of El Camino Real adjacent to the project site. The appellant's position has stated there is no specific evidence that the existing conditions pose a health or safety impact because there have been no pedestrian or bicycle collisions at the project site in the last 10 years. This argument assumes that no safety requirements can be opposed unless the hazard to be prevented has already occurred. For instance, no earthquake standards could be imposed unless a structure had already been damaged in an earthquake. And no fire prevention standards could be imposed unless a fire had already occurred in the area. The purpose of health and safety standards is to prevent accidents, even if they have not yet occurred. As described in detail in the city engineer's memorandum, numerous citations from entities such as the Federal Highway Administration, American Association of Highway Engineers, California Vehicle Code, and the Sage Canyon Local Mobility Analysis demonstrate that the required frontage improvements will reduce the risk of accidents involving pedestrians, bicyclists, and motorists, and will reduce evacuation time in the event of wildfires. The appellant's position has stated, although the existing conditions may be unsafe, they have existed for years, and there is no evidence that the project would exacerbate the risk. The residents of the 120 homes proposed in this project will increase pedestrian, bicycle, and motor vehicle traffic to approximately 720 motor vehicle trips per day on South El Camino Real. The project encourages pedestrian trips to the south of El Camino Real by providing an accessible path of travel to Sage Canyon Drive, but then provides no pedestrian facilities for the increased number of pedestrians traveling south to the church, the child care, or other facilities. If the city grants the concession, the existing infrastructure will remain as is, with no improvements made to accommodate the additional use by the residents of the project. The purpose of the city's standard for frontage improvements is to ensure that the project is proposing additional development will mitigate the impacts caused by the new development and provide infrastructure that is adequate to serve the new residents. While residents will use the city's entire street system, required improvements are limited to those directly benefiting the residents by improved access and safety in the direct vicinity of the project, and so have an essential nexus and are reasonably proportioned to the effects of the project. The cost estimated by the applicant for the sidewalk and the buffered bike lane is $172,631.25, or $1,438.60 per unit, much less than 1% of the project cost. The appellant's position has stated the project will improve the flow and safety of traffic compared to current conditions. The applicant remains willing to work collaboratively with staff, identify reasonable, cost-effective improvements or operational measures that enhance safety for pedestrians, bicyclists, and motorists in the vicinity of the project. The appellant's evacuation analysis explicitly states there will be a negative impact to the existing conditions. The minimal striping improvements being proposed by the appellant are on Sage Canyon Drive and will not result in better flow than the existing condition once the proposed additional vehicle trips are added to the low number of trips that Sage Canyon Drive currently accommodates. The project does not propose any vehicle, bicycle, or pedestrian improvements along El Camino Real that will improve traffic flow of general safety. The city has conditioned the project to provide public improvements that improve safety and traffic flow. However, the appellant has publicly stated that they will not install the conditioned frontage improvements. The conditioned frontage improvements include a third travel lane along northbound El Camino Real, a buffered bike lane, and a pedestrian sidewalk. The city has offered to meet with the applicant to discuss improvements to enhance safety for pedestrians, bicyclists, and motorists, but the applicant has refused to discuss any changes that may involve frontage improvements as discussed in the staff report. The graphic before you is showing you a comparison of the existing condition and the standard condition. The graphic before you is showing the condition showing all public improvements with standard improvements. After review of the resolution, staff is recommending a minor change to the resolution to clarify specific adverse impact to 3 modifications to the resolution attachment C regarding project feasibility, specific adverse impact, and that staff attempted to coordinate with the applicant. None of these changes cause any modification to the project conditions, only clarifications to better understand the intent of the project review based on certain local and state housing laws. On the screen are text modifications to resolution on page 2 and page 48. Lastly, staff is also recommending that a correction be made to the resolution in several spots where the deemed submitted date was provided instead of the deemed complete date, which were 1 month apart. The date the project application was submitted was May 8th, 2024, and the deemed complete date was June 20th, 2024. The resulting resolution will be updated accordingly. On the screen are text modifications to resolution page 49 and page 51. The Planning Commission's approval of the Sage Canyon apartment project and denial of the requested concession are supported by the city engineer's memorandum. Adopted findings, applicable roadway standards, and supporting technical studies are consistent with prior Planning Commission approvals for different development proposals on the subject site. While the project waivers qualify for approval under the state density bonus law, and the project otherwise complies with applicable general plan, local coastal program, and municipal code requirements, the requested concession to eliminate required public frontage improvements along South El Camino Real would result in a specific adverse impact to public health and safety as defined by the California Government Code. Granting the concession would expose pedestrians, bicyclists, and motorists to increased and unavoidable safety risks along a designated prime arterial roadway. No feasible alternative or mitigation measure has been identified that would adequately avoid or reduce these impacts if the concession were granted in its entirety. Consistent with state law and guidance from the California Department of Housing and Community Development, the Planning Commission has appropriately denied the concession and imposed conditions requiring construction of standard frontage improvements in accordance with the city's adopted public road standards, circulation element, and the local coastal program. As conditioned, the project complies with all the applicable objective standards, and the required findings can be made to support approval of the density bonus, design review permit, and coastal development permit. Accordingly, staff recommends that the City Council deny the appeal, adopt the attached draft City Council Resolution Number 2026-14, affirming Planning Commission Resolution Number 2025-36. This concludes my presentation. Thank you for your time. Staff is available to answer questions.
Okay, thank you. At this time, I would like to ask the council to disclose any other information they have received that is not included in the staff report.
I will disclose that I have met with the neighbors and been invited to meet with the neighbors and invited to meet with nearby businesses about this project, but I have nothing else to disclose.
I have nothing to disclose.
Nothing to disclose.
Nothing to disclose.
And I've received quite a few emails, but I think they were to all of us. So I wanted to make sure that since it's not in the staff report, we disclose it. I thought there were some that had some very good photos that were very similar to what staff already has. So I think the site conditions are the same depending on the emails. But that's it for my disclosure. And with that, do we have any preliminary questions of staff? I've got Deputy Mayor O'Hara.
Okay, so real quickly, can you go over the concessions you mentioned? You kind of went through it quick, and I didn't get to write it all down. But this project would only get 2 concessions. Is it through bonus density? It gets 6 concessions. Can you walk me through that part of your presentation again, really quickly?
Sure. So,
Quickly so I can understand it.
do you want the slide as well, or do you want me to just tell you orally?
Just go ahead. I just want to catch it.
Okay. So the project is allowed 2 incentives or concessions. An incentive and concession are used interchangeably. They're essentially the same thing. And they are allowed an unlimited amount of waivers. This particular project is requesting 6 waivers and 1 concession.
Got it. I appreciate that clarification. I have a couple other questions, and I apologize ahead of time. You know, I'm a regular Encinitas guy. I came here from picking my kid up at school, I'm still in my work clothes. It's a 1,600-page report. Just like many Encinitas, I don't get to everything, but doesn't mean I don't want to know these answers. So, question on this project. I had asked about the section 403.3 roadway vegetation clearance, which is a 20-foot minimum horizontal clearance on each side of all roadways, and applies to very high fire hazard safety zones, areas alongside designated evacuation routes. The project's plan, as I read it, acknowledges that there's a reduced fuel modification zones because of wetlands and concerns about roadways running immediately adjacent to the protected wetlands areas. That, as I understand, is an objective standard. I'm just curious if that was mentioned in here. If so, is there, again, working hard all day and all weekend, I just haven't had a chance to read 1,600 pages. I'm wondering if it's in there and I missed it.
Sure. So for that question, I will defer to Joshua Gordon from the fire department.
So I haven't read all 1,600 pages of that either, so I'm on the same page. I can tell you that the objective standard is 20 feet vertical or horizontal clearance as well as vertical clearance. So if the project moves forward, it would have to apply to that horizontal clearance from the roadway, from their roadway.
So is that something that would be added after the fact? It's not in there now?
No, so that is with our new code updates from the 2025 that we adopted. So that would be part of that update. I couldn't tell you if that's in their plans or not. I don't have that in front of me right now.
Okay.
So,
All right. And then under fire code, and I'm only asking because I did watch the planning commission who didn't ask these questions. I don't know why they didn't. They should have. But I want to make sure they get asked. Appendix D in the fire code, state fire code, section 108 talks about having 2 entrances, but then move to 109 and says 1 entrance and you can finish this one. 1 entrance and.
so if we're looking at 2022 fire code, that would
Yep.
be anything greater than 199.
No, this is over 100 units for Appendix D,
For
the
Appendix
state fire
D,
code.
so we actually did not adopt Appendix D in 2022's fire code. So we'd use it as a guide, but it's not adopted. Now,
Okay.
it does say 200 and then 100 in the very high fire hazard severity zone, right? Above 100 would have to have that requirement.
Okay, so does, I guess it might be under a different number, does, under that section, you go to section 109, which is, oh, we don't have 2 driveways, we have 1 plus fire abatement system, some sort of sprinkler system or some sort of increased stairwell, whatever, right?
There are exceptions that are in the fire code, right?
Correct, thank you. So when they go with that, they go to section 903. Is there a similar code in 903 which explicitly says what type of fire sprinkler systems they would have to have? Is that in this document? That I did not see, and I looked. I even searched it through my computer to see if I could find 903. I was looking for Appendix D, so I maybe was looking in the wrong place.
I don't have that document in front of me right this second, but if the fire prevention signed off on it, then it would have to apply to that 903 fire sprinklers.
Okay, is it, just if you don't mind sending me a copy of that, if you guys could find the AMMR for that, that would be very helpful in this case, just so we can thorough for our residents.
I'm not sure we've gotten that far, right?
And then and I think you explained this, but I just want to make sure again that I ask all the questions.
Councilmember O'Hara, just
yes.
as a quick clarification, it's not in review yet, it's just an entitlement, so we haven't gotten all of that information for us to even review it.
Okay.
So we wouldn't know at the moment, right?
Okay.
So we haven't signed off on that or not.
Okay, perfect. So that'll go forward through, and then to issue permits, they'll have to, okay. Perfect. I appreciate the explanation. I think the public appreciates it as well, so thank you. I think at the moment, those are my questions of clarity. I really appreciate everybody, again, if it was just humoring me, letting me get those questions out there and get those answers. Thank you.
Okay, and we will open the public hearing now. We will start the public hearing with the applicant going first, typically with 10 minutes. Presentations can include any of the representatives of the appellant or applicant. I guess you're kind of the same in this case, a little unusual. And then we will have public speakers. And how many public speakers do we have? 8. Okay, and we'll do the full 3 minutes on that. And then we will give the applicant/appellant typically 5 minutes to rebut.
Okay.
So start your 10 minutes.
Thank you, council members. Austin Wormers from Wormers Properties. Patrick's going to do the presentation. I'm here to answer questions after the presentation. One clarifying point, Planning Commission approved the project. We're only here to talk about the portion that we're appealing, which is just the roadway. You did a great job on the presentation to give the breadth of the project, but that project is approved. We're only here to talk about the specific concession that we don't think that the jurisdiction has the right to deny. That's all.
Yeah. Well, thanks, Austin. Thank you, council members, mayor and staff. My name is Patrick Zabrocki, and I am project representative for the Sage Canyon Apartments. And I want to say thank you to the staff for all your hard work on this, and to all of you for your time and consideration of my presentation. I would like to start off by pointing out exactly what Austin said. We're not here tonight to discuss the actual development because it's actually been approved already, and it was not appealed by the public, but we, as the applicant, are appealing the city's denial of the density bonus law concession, which we are entitled to. As city staff has already explained, the requested concession they denied would have allowed the development to, without requiring the financially restrictive improvements to El Camino Real. The concession is a legal right afforded by the California density bonus law because our project is including 20% of the project units to be deed restricted for affordable income residents. This is a law that is commonly utilized by new developments because it's a proven way to help alleviate the housing affordability crisis. However, it is uncommon for the cities to deny waivers and concession because the legal standard requires the city to prove that the concession request would cause a specific adverse impact on public health and safety. Meeting this threshold is notoriously difficult because the law mandates that the city prove an impact, not an existing condition, be directly linked to the project, and their claim has to be supported by substantial evidence based in facts. Our appeal tonight is for you to overturn that concession denial because although staff did provide a lengthy report on road safety in general and about existing safety conditions, they did not meet the requirement of the law for the denial, which is to prove with substantial evidence that our project would cause the specific adverse impact. It's important to understand the California Government Code defines specific adverse impact as a significant, quantifiable, direct, and unavoidable impact. Also, it should be clear that all claims need to be supported by substantial evidence, which has to be based in facts. So although staff kind of stole my thunder in all of our claims, I do want to kind of provide a summary. A lot of what you're going to hear is repeating, but a summary of the claims that have been made in the staff's memorandum, and not only the claims, but how they're made. Their memo says that the existing sidewalk gap in front of the site creates a significant pedestrian risk, and also makes the claim that the sidewalks in general reduce crashes. However, those claims do not use specific data for how the project causes the risk at this site and are based on generalities about safety research and studies. It claims new residents will make unsafe crossings, but uses assumptions about pedestrian patterns and doesn't consider the city's future planned intersection improvements at Sage Canyon intersection, which overall does not meet the legal requirement for using substantial evidence based on facts. It also claims unbuffered bike lanes increase crash risks, but cites a vehicle code that is a driver duty statute and does not include any data linking a specific adverse impact as a result of the project to the existing bike lane. It claims the third lane is required for driver expectation and evacuation safety, but again, the claim is based on assumptions and general regional guidance, not substantial evidence based on facts. What I'm saying is that if you look closely at this 32-page report, it includes an excessive amount of references to regional and national studies and research on safety to make their claim so that it feels like this project would cause a public health and safety impact, but it doesn't have the one thing that's required by law for this denial, which is substantial evidence based in facts. One place those facts could have been found would have been in the 2022 Encinitas Local Roadway Safety Plan that was prepared in connection with the city's own mobility improvement projects, which will eventually occur at Sage Canyon intersection. I think it is important to point out that based on the research conducted and data collected for the city's own roadway safety plan, there were no pedestrian, bicycle, or even vehicle collisions reported along the project frontage from 2010 to 2020. And remember, the project as proposed includes median restriping improvements, which based on the traffic model data conducted specifically for this project, shows an improvement in mobility efficiency. So I think it's important to truly understand the requirement put on the city in order to deny the concession versus the basis they have made in the denial at Planning Commission. And if you look closely at how the concession was denied, you will find it doesn't meet the requirements of the law. The one thing the memo does is it makes it feel like there would be a safety impact. But the law does not allow the city to deny concession based on feelings, and tonight you should overturn that previous decision. Thank you very much for your consideration. And now I will hand the mic over to Tim Hunter.
Thank you, Patrick. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and honorable council members, city attorney. Appreciate the time. I'll be brief. My name is Tim Hutter. I'm an attorney at Allen Matkins. I'm counsel for the applicant. I've been in this room many times before. I've addressed Bruce and the Planning Commission here in the city and been dealing with density bonus issues for a long time. I've written to you guys regarding how to appropriately implement density bonus law. I'm happy to say that a lot of the issues that we were seeing 10 years ago have been cleaned up in the city, and that you guys are doing a much better job. This is a very close and difficult area of law. I'm glad that the city attorney is involved. I saw Barbara Couts in the back. I'm sure that you're getting a lot of advice about how to manage this. I recognize that it is a challenge to evaluate the potential impacts of new development and to balance the desire for housing, particularly affordable housing, against safety in the community. The Housing Accountability Act and the Density Bonus Law prioritize housing, especially aspects of density bonus projects where there is an incentive or waiver request. Patrick did his best lawyer impression and walked you through the standard as far as significant, quantifiable, direct, and unavoidable impacts. I think the thing that I would say more specifically is you're dealing with really 3 statistics in the engineer's report. 120 units, 720 trips, 4 seconds. And you're looking at, based on that data, where are you coming up with a specific adverse impact? Is it always the case that 120 units will cause a specific adverse impact? I don't think so. Is it always the case that 720 trips would cause a specific adverse impact? No. Is it always the case that 4 seconds, right? In the city engineer's report, it says every second counts. I think we all agree with that, but every second counts is not a legal or written objective standard. So the question is that you guys are evaluating tonight and that the Planning Commission was evaluating previously was whether there's enough substance there based on objective written standards to determine that there's a specific adverse impact. And we would submit, obviously, that the city engineer, who agreed, put out a very detailed memorandum, did their homework, tried to find every standard, study, whatever it may be, at the national level. But what's missing there is the link to this specific project, to those specific numbers that I gave you, to explain why this is a specific adverse impact that will support the finding. And really, when you all have the burden of proof, when the city has the burden of proof to defend that decision. So I just want to make one additional point, which is there's a cost element that was included in the staff presentation. This came up previously. I think Mr. Pendergast raised it at the Planning Commission level. There's a $172,000 number that's been thrown around, and then of course that's broken down by unit number to make it seem like my client is ignoring this paltry contribution. The parts that's missing there is the $172,000 deals with the buffered bike lane and the sidewalk. What it doesn't include is the additional lane of travel that's requested in all those diagrams and shown in all those diagrams and would require actually bumping out the road and creating all that. The reason is if you have to go and create that additional travel lane, you have to go and do that in consultation with all the other agencies, and you have to come up with a construction cost after they've approved a plan. And when my client is coming to you and saying the cost of doing all of that is too much, we're not going to do it, all they have to show you is that there's an identifiable and actual cost reduction. So that's the reason for $172,000. It really is the tip of the iceberg. It's not a disrespect issue. It's a matter of, frankly, it's an identifiable and actual cost reduction, which is what's required under the statute. Thank you very much. We'll be here to answer questions.
Okay, thank you. With that, you said we had 8 public speakers? Okay. So let's go with the 8 speakers.
First speakers, Jose Cherbowski, followed by Molly Hantlian, and then Stuart Grauer with a time donation from Sylviane Voles.
Hello, and thank you very much. Good evening, council members. I urge you not to approve the Sage Canyon apartment project tonight. El Camino Real is already a high-speed corridor with incomplete sidewalks, limited pedestrians protection, and a documented collision history. Adding 120 units without first completing fully founded and engineered safety improvements will increase pedestrian exposure and traffic conflicts. If safe frontage improvements cannot be physically achieved due to the roadway and stream constraints, then this project should not proceed as designed. Cost should not be shifted to the city or to taxpayers. Independent peer review of traffic, geotechnical stability, drainage, and wildfire evacuation impact is necessary before any approval. Safety cannot be clearly demonstrated. The responsible action is to delay. Thank you. This is one part of what I want to bring, and I have another 1 minute and 30. I just want to
If you could
share.
address us up here.
I want just to share, I took pictures, but the pictures that they have here are excellent. I want to ask you if maybe you walk all the way from Manchester
again, if you could point to us and
Manchester.
direct- we can't hear you
Everybody
when you
person
talk.
that maybe walk from Manchester going north, you will see the big risk that everybody will have there. We are speaking about seniors that they are in the area, children that they will need to continue to walk, and just regular people. There is no way to understand what's going on in this project if we don't listen what happened today here. We are speaking about safety. Everybody spoke about safety. The police spoke about safety of the streets. We have a big problem with Santa Fe Road, and now we are bringing a problem with safety of the road in El Camino Real. I really want to ask to the owners of this project why you really don't want to do this safety part of the sidewalk.
Your comments need to be directed to us.
I need to ask you because I have a lot of questions about that. That's really just the $170,000, or they will need to review with all the pictures that I'm showing here. That maybe they will need to do something more strong. I think this is a not project that really is taking safety of the community. And you speak, the owner of this place shared that he studied in Encinitas. I am asking himself, if he studied here, why he's not thinking about the...
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, Molly Hentlian, District 2. This should not be a waiver project. It's an adverse impact for the future residents and the current residents. We did just discuss bike walk safety for a quarter-mile section of Santa Fe Drive. This development will have people who will want to bike and walk, not just drive. Prevention of an incident is the responsibility of the developer. The absence of sidewalks has an adverse impact on public safety. And I'd like to highlight the peer report that was conducted in 2018. That was 8 years ago. So I'm going to pull up this slide because I went through the engineering memo, which was very thorough. I didn't read 1,600 pages. I read the 32-page Director of Engineering memo, and I went through this peer review. And if I can go to page 7 and 8, page 7. There's a lot of good data in here, but it's dated. So, yeah, thank you for making it bigger. So these numbers are talking about the level of service, and I know that's not a popular term right now. They talk about ADT. Can we go to page 14? And page 14, this is future year 2035 without project. And if you can look, Delphinium, Belore, ramps to Saxony and to the 5 are level of F. I think we're already seeing that, and we're in 2026. Can we go to page 17? It's future looking. So currently, the average, the ADT for El Camino is about 23,000. That's currently. If we're looking at Vision Zero, and if you're looking for burden of proof for accidents, Well, there isn't a development right there at Sage Canyon, but how about the corner of Santa Fe and El Camino, Brody? How about future kids coming from this development? How are they going to safely utilize and get to where they're going, as well as the senior citizens or other residents of this development? So looking at this roadway segment analysis, I'll leave you with that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Ehlers, members of the City Council, and the staff who obviously has put your skill and heart into these studies. My comments address the issue of whether the Planning Commission acted correctly in maintaining required frontage improvements and safety for the Sage Canyon Investors project. My comments are not opposition to CEQA or affordable housing. The question is whether the project impacts justify maintaining the planning conditions, particularly regarding public frontage and safety improvements that the developer claims will have no impact. El Camino Real functions as a primary impacted regional corridor and gateway to Encinitas. The frontage section adjacent to this site currently lacks continuous pedestrian parking and bicycle infrastructure consistent with the intensity of activity already occurring there. And that the rest of the area already has. Adding 120 homes means not only more cars entering and exiting, but more people walking, biking, parking, but more conflict points. I think that's obvious and can't be disregarded. It's already a heavily traveled section of El Camino. Add to this, the corridor now functions as well as an active school access route with significant student drivers and biking. Safe routes to school is a priority. Our Planning Commission and engineers have recognized a fundamental principle. Infrastructure should accompany density, not follow it. If frontage improvements are reduced now against the expert predictive research of our city engineers, the city will almost certainly face future retrofit costs, operational disruptions, legal exposure, and avoidable safety conflicts once this project is occupied. Maintaining those improvements is directly related to public safety and circulation, not aesthetics or housing waivers. The additional units permitted under the state density bonus law substantially expand the building footprint and require outsized grading and retaining wall construction relative to the underlying site conditions. This observation is not a challenge to the density bonus itself. It simply highlights an important design review consideration. When density bonus materially changes site massing, grading, and the relationship between residents and the public, then mitigation through strong frontage design and infrastructure becomes more essential, even if it hasn't been in the past, not less essential. Portions of the project interface closely with large structural retaining wall conditions of significant visual impact. Careful attention to livability, pedestrian environment, and neighborhood interface remains a legitimate planning concern, particularly given that the project includes 24 deed-restricted lower-income units. Frontage improvements are one of the only remaining tools available to ensure increased density results in safe and dignified living conditions for all future residents, and that we maintain consistency with Encinitas' established community character. Waiving infrastructure today transfers future responsibility to the city and its taxpayers. History shows that deferred frontage and circulation improvements become significantly more expensive and disruptive after occupancy. The Planning Commission's decision and the engineer's findings and expert predictive research have shown this. In conclusion, tonight's decision is not about whether housing should be built. It is a generational issue about whether necessary public improvements, safety, and livability should accompany our housing. I urge the City Council to deny this appeal and affirm the hard work of the city staff and our Planning Commission. Thank you.
Next three speakers, Scott Campbell with the time donation from Ellen Burr, who is present, then Eric Cusick, and then Carrie Weisenberger.
Okay, my name is Scott Campbell, and I live in Encinitas, District 1. I used to live in District 4, and I drove by this property all the time. I can't believe that anything ever got built. This is really about disturbed dirt, a dirt drainage ditch. This is what this is really about. But anyways, there's a place, Triton Apartments, by my neighborhood in Leucadia. I think it's the same developer. They have a sidewalk in front of their place. I don't know the details, but they put one in. I don't know why they don't want to put one in front of this other development. There's another project on La Casa Boulevard, La Casa 48. The developer put a sidewalk in. I don't know why this project is not going to put a sidewalk in. It's very interesting. In the public record, the attorney for the developers wrote a very nice letter. He's contesting data and making standard legal threats and bluffs. They say that if they are denied this concession, this will prevent the construction of any units planned for the site. They don't provide any data for that. They just make a blanket statement. All this other data we've had has been backed up by statistics. You know, we've all heard machine learning and artificial intelligence. They use statistics. They don't have absolute numbers. They use a range, standard deviation. I know some of you have heard of that. Then the letter goes on to talk about significant litigation risk. You know, that liability. That works both ways. It costs money to sue. So once again, that's a bluff and a threat. Put the sidewalk in. We've heard tonight about narrow lanes, making safety. We've heard claims of lower speeds of safety. We haven't heard this, but we've heard, you know, in the past, speed bumps and stuff make safety. There's never any numbers. I've stood up here and asked for percentage of estimates. There's never been it, but the Mobility Commission, the council, they always go for this stuff. This is because professional experts are giving expert opinion. It's not really challengeable. These people have professional certificates. They're signing their name on this. I don't think any of the developers are professional mitigation risk experts. I'm in medical products. I do risk mitigation every day. This is garbage here. Earlier, speakers showed signs looking north, and if you paid close attention, one of the signs was yellow, and it said school. I mean, why are we even talking about this? It's a school zone, and people are arguing that we not going to put in safety. We've heard safe streets. Those people all left. Going on, they talk about specific adverse impact upon public health. More people is more risk. It's a basic equation. You don't need to quantify that. The specific adverse impact is people getting hit by cars, if we need to be clear on that. The developer says that they want to make this safe for their residents. What about the existing users? There's a lot of people that use this sidewalk. Do they not care about that? That should be a part of their consideration also. They go on and they say that these state density bonus laws shall be interpreted liberally in favor of producing the maximum number of total housing units. Why isn't the developer putting in the maximum number? Why? Why not? You know, there are all these threats and bluffs. They're not doing it. So once again, empty bluffs and threats. Let's move on here. the specific impact of this analysis and the percentages, 65 to 89%, those are hard numbers. I don't know how much more numbers we can get. Build the sidewalk. With this project addition of 120 residential units, the project residents can be expected to utilize these services. The developer is saying that this is a bogus statement. I say that is even bogus of bogusness. Is the lawyer saying that nobody in this project will use this sidewalk, will not walk on it? Is that really saying that 0 people will use this? That's ridiculous on face value. They talk about instead of causation, there are multiple references to correlation. I talked about that. Experts have opinion. Can we get Mr. Bannigan up here to talk about safety? I mean, he should be part of this. I mean, if we're going to diss the experts and what they say, what is safe and what they think is safer, then we really should toss every mobility traffic safety decision that we've made in the last few years based on these same thought processes. That's not going to happen. And once again, it's poor thought, it's poor logic. It really is. They're talking about quantifying risk in a large band between 15 to 45%. Okay, that's a long risk. How much risk is this developer willing to take? Let's hear a number, 1%, 10%, 100%. It's easy to throw that out there, but if you don't really take a stand, the threat is meaningless. Then they bag on this staff that says the concession would cause a specific adverse impact relating to sidewalks is because it runs contrary to city code and planning guidelines. They call this circular logic. I call that very fine-tuned. The city made these regulations for safety, and they're enforcing it. Put the sidewalk in. Thank you.
Thank you.
Eric Cusick, are you here?
That was so good, I forgot I was next. I'm Eric Cusick. I live in Pacific Ranch, right above the development, and I was going to say something else, but I'm going to switch it up now that everyone's everyone's got the point of what's going on here, so it's whether we're going to fight or not. And I remember this last election, you actually went door knocking in our neighborhood, and you knocked on my door because I had one of your signs up here, like, why do you want to work for me or vote for me? And it was, well, one, there's a lot of homeless in the parks where my kids play, and 2, this development seems like kind of out of control. And so there's a lot of things you couldn't fight on because these waivers are state mandated, but now your crew is telling you, we got this one, we can fight on this one. So what's that next election going to be like if you turn it down and say, well, we chose not to fight? So this is the fight you can win. Your staff is telling you. That's all I got.
I listened to all the speakers tonight, and I'm inspired by their words. I was going to say a lot of things that really repeat what they said. I'll try to skip over that and stick to my prepared remarks. My name is Kerry Weisenberger. I live in Sage Canyon. I am adjacent to this proposed development. And I wonder, for the council, how many people in this room are in support of this project besides the developers? Are there any? I don't think there is. You're here to serve your constituents, and I only ask you to listen to them. I'm delighted that Councilmember Schaefer, O'Hara, and Elders got elected. I read your positions prior to the election, and I said, these are the 3 people I want controlling our city council. And I am wholly on board with the decisions you've made. Even the unpopular ones on the Santa Fe project, I'm still on board. I support you. I'm very much on board. I just want to make one mention of something I've read recently. This whole e-bike scourge in our town. I'd like you to add city parks to the walk your e-bike rule. I take my grandson over to the Encinitas Community Park, And that park where those awnings are on that picture behind you, I've seen kids just blasting through there on their e-bikes, doing wheelies, going around that little 2- and 3-year-old playground area. I just ask you to add parks to that. So I can see that your recommendation from the planning leader is to not approve this. I hope you'll go along with that. The Wormers, they argue that doesn't make anything worse, that there's nothing added that's going to make this higher risk. You've heard many people talk about the number of trips and the risk of pedestrian safety, and also the planning representatives' numbers on the increase in the risk. The standards for the city are there for a reason. We only want you to enforce those standards on the roadway improvements, the curb improvements. My personal story is I live in Sage Canyon. I walk that route. I go to that church, Redeemer Presbyterian Church. Sometimes I take my 2-year-old grandchild with me. I worry about it. There's a very small asphalt bump, I wouldn't even call it a curb, a bump between that 60-mile-an-hour traffic and my grandson. So I have a very personal fear about not making these improvements. We don't want this project next to Sage Canyon. We don't want the tallest building in Encinitas built next to our homes. I urge you guys from Wormers to withdraw your appeal.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Final 2 speakers, Alex Bernadette and then Sheila Cameron.
Hello, council members. Thank you for your time and attention tonight. I know it's been a long one, and thank you to the staff for all your work on this project. My name is Alex Bernadette. I'm a resident of Pacific Ranch subdivision. I'm also coming here in my work clothes, so I know how that goes. Picked up my daughters from school. They're 4 and they're 2, and I'm here to represent them really tonight as future bikers of this corridor. I bike in this corridor. I biked here to this meeting tonight right by the development site. I run in the morning at this development site, so this is a very real thing in our lives. Some days my girls and I will bike to the park. We'll go to Swami's. We'll go to Moonlight Beach on the same route on our bikes. A lot of amazing points have been said tonight. I think what I want to really focus on is to acknowledge the aesthetic and environmental impacts. I know we're not here to discuss that, but I think it's worth mentioning for the record that this will be the tallest building in Encinitas. It'll have a 73-foot roof line facing El Camino Real, and that'll be built on top of a plateau. It's going to rise 100 feet above the street. So I know you guys might not have control over that. That is what it is, but what we can fight on to what Eric's point said is the safety impacts. And I know that it's been mentioned a lot about substantial evidence based on facts, and there are facts in this exact corridor about safety. It's been mentioned there's been a death of a teenage bike rider less than 3 years ago, less than a mile from this site. It's been mentioned in the city report that this site being built without roadway improvements can increase the risk for pedestrians by 89%, and by cyclists by 30%. And just to be clear, when an 18-wheeler in a prime arterial roadway goes by you at 56 miles an hour, the risk is death to pedestrians and cyclists on this route. I think that's worth saying. We started tonight with Captain Watts saying how we've had 18 motor vehicle accidents with bicycles in the last 6 months of 2025. So this is something that's happening in our city. If it happens at this site, residents will die. So I appreciate your time and commitment and focus on this project. I'm in firm opposition to this concession. I believe it disregards the safety of the Encinitas citizens here and now and the ones in the future. And I support denying this concession and encourage you to consider the same. Thank you.
Sheila.
Yeah.
And then hold it in.
I wish you'd put a mic right in the middle. Will you fix that, please,
gotta
one
work
of these
on that.
days? Okay, good evening. The appeal by the developer of Sage Canyon project has no merit, given no concessions. Developers come into this city, they purchase land, they spend $100,000, $200,000, plus on architects, geologists, designers. I know the drill. Eventually, they hold a CPP, and their project is pretty much done, and they really don't want to listen to anybody or budge on anything. My problem is, I've worked with a lot of developers. Not all of them, I can't sweep them all under the rug. A couple of them I've worked with have a lot of integrity. This project was asked to do certain items for the safety, as you've heard, of those who will live in this dwelling units, but also for the safety considerations of longtime locals and neighbors who live here. Adverse impact for public health. You know, they're saying, well, there is no adverse impact. How can it happen? There's nothing built yet, but there's going to be. Well, if you're developing our city of Encinitas, despite the state's views, we locals still have something to say because this is our city. You are interjecting at least 300 to 500 people into our city with this project. With that comes traffic. Traffic is still computed at about 8 car trips per day per unit, so we're looking at 1,000 cars coming in and out of there on a daily basis. You cannot expect us to waive any safety concerns. Pedestrians, bicyclists, auto drivers have a right to expect you, the developer, to invest in creating a safe environment, which you are obliged to do as part of your agreement to develop here. This is partly, and in a big part, a morality issue. You have a company that has a reputation. I would think you'd want to protect it. When I heard the height of 73 feet and 75 feet, I'm freaking out. What the hell, is going on here? And encroachment on the slopes, 28%. Make the public improvements, make it safe for us to live here and for the new people coming in to live here. You want to wait for an adverse impact? Okay, when somebody gets killed, run over, injured in some way, you'll have one. But where will you be? You'll be gone. So deny this appeal. Thank you.
Thank you.
That does conclude public speakers. However, we had one speaker, Ben Bowen, register supported the denial but chose not to speak.
Okay, I got a little housekeeping to do, then we'll give 5 minutes to the appellant applicant. Can I have a motion to extend past 10?
Motion to extend.
Second.
Okay, I've got a motion and a second. Call the question.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, great. And now the appellant applicant has 5 minutes to rebut and respond.
Because it's late, I'll be short, so you guys everybody can go home. A couple points to acknowledge. I understand change is hard. Approving housing is difficult where you guys are sit and for the community. I understand. I've been doing this project now for 5 years. It's the same sort of, think about the large of the city. It's been the same sort of 8 to 10 people opposing the project with the same claims. Even though CPP, you guys mentioned, I did 2 of them. It's not a requirement. Staff can back up on it. They accepted 1 of them. I talked to them in great detail, showed different projects. I know I'm not here to talk about the project, but I do believe fundamentally that that's a difference. I believe housing is a fundamental right and not a luxury. And even though sometimes Encinitas feels like a luxury, I just fundamentally have a strong opinion on that. So I do want to make one point really clear. I've made the point. I've never wavered on the point since it's ever been brought up. The cost implications to put the improvements are preclude me to not do it. And at the last ditched effort, my only option from here, because I will not build the project, is to go through litigation. And that is my next step to do. And if you hear really the root of the 8 to 10 people tonight, it is masked in safety, but quotes like, I don't want the project, I don't like elements of the project. It's really about the project. It is just an interesting fact. I need you to take that into consideration even though they mean well, and I've talked to a lot of them outside of here, really good people, we just have a really strong difference of opinion. So it's going to be a tough call tonight. I appreciate everything you guys do. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Let me get my, so with that, we are going to close the public hearing, and we will go to council discussion, and Deputy Mayor O'Hara is up first.
Okay. First, I want to start off by thanking everybody who's here, the developer, the residents, for a very civil interaction in this, and for your time and for your patience. I know this has been a long journey. I want to make one thing clear before I move forward, that Planning Commission has already approved this project. Planning Commission approved it. Today, we're looking at this concession, this one concession. What that means after this, who knows? But that's what we're looking at. I want to make it clear that Planning Commission approved this, not council. So we're forced to look at this one thing. I did read. I mean, again, I'm a dad. I came from work. The whole thing. I did read about 1,000 pages of it, though, and I read the 32-page packet that the staff put together. And I think when we come in here, we heard a lot of sentiment, I think is what you're saying, right? Sentiment of the challenges of this. And I think everybody feels that sentiment. I hope you feel it too, whether you want to build this or not. These projects like this are detrimental to neighborhoods. And when we look at this, when we up here look at it, we can't look at sentiment. We have to look at merit. I want to thank the staff. I think the staff provided the merit to provide the evidence of impact. And I'm going to vote to deny this. I'm going to make a motion right now to deny this appeal.
So just to clarify, you're going to make a motion to support staff recommendation?
Correct.
Okay.
And can I just clarify, that'll also include the revisions that staff identified during the PowerPoint in blue to the resolution, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Yeah. You yield at this point? Okay. I'm up next. Boy, I've got a few clarification questions. I will second the motion, by the way, right off the bat. So this is about evidence. This is about making the proper findings for a specific adverse impact, and those are significant, quantifiable, direct, and unavoidable. So the first question I have is for staff is, can you help us, give us guidelines that why the evidence we have in front of us is significant? What was the term that Mr. Hutter used? I want to make sure that we are following the evidentiary rules first. So I don't know whether, Barbara, you'd be ideal, but it could be staff too. And anybody that wants to comment, I'd like to hear.
There is no case that has looked at the terms that you read, direct, significant, quantifiable, and so forth. There have been a number of Superior Court cases that have looked at this, where cities have tried to make the specific adverse impact findings. Generally, the courts have found that the city had no objective standards to rely on. I think there were 3 cases. So 2 of them, there were no objective standards. You don't have that problem. You have a wealth of objective standards here. They also criticized the communities for not making the finding that there was no way to mitigate the impact, and the staff, the city engineer, tried to minimize the necessity for the frontage improvements to get the safety results, but not necessarily meet all the standards. But without a sidewalk, there's, a sidewalk and the other improvements, there's no real way to mitigate the impacts that were identified. And I think in one case, the court disagreed with a finding that it actually violated the standard. But here, it's, the applicant isn't really arguing that it doesn't meet the standard. You have standards. We've made all the required findings. But, and so we've tried to interpret those requirements as best as we can. And in our view, a reduction in, there's significant reductions in risk which are demonstrated by studies. It's a direct result of not putting the frontage improvements in. The reason the city looked for all these studies was so they would be the risk would be quantifiable. I can't remember anyway. So we have done what we can, but given that there is really no case that looks at this particular, no published case, and not even a Superior Court case we could find, where the city even began to be able to meet this standard, I can't, we did the best we could. I don't know, Dan, did you want to add something? Did you want to add something?
Yeah, whenever you're done.
Yeah.
So there are a couple of things that I did want to add. Attorney Hutter, he was very clear in what he stated that the state of California is adamant about pushing housing. They really want housing to come forward, and they do have state mandates for that. That's true, that's a fact. And a concession is a more difficult burden for a local agency to overcome. A waiver is something that a local agency has no ability to overcome at all. But a consent, well,
No.
sorry.
You can make the same specific adverse impact
Perfect, thank you.
finding for a waiver. Sorry.
I apologize, I misspoke. But my point to that is there is an exemption for either a waiver or a concession. There are three. One of those is a health and safety related issue. That tells me and tells everyone that health and safety is of the utmost importance to the state of California and the California Housing and Community Development Department. That is something that is extremely important. We show over 32 pages of the memorandum that I did draft, that there are quantifiable, significant, direct, and unavoidable impacts that would occur if this development is built and the frontage improvements are not included with that. One item that I did want to elaborate on a little bit that Barbara did mention, we have mitigated the frontage impacts as much as possible. So our objective standards would allow for 28 feet of widening. Now that 28 feet of widening includes roadway widening, bike lane widening, parkway widening, sidewalk widening. But we, as staff, we understand that there are environmental impacts, potential environmental impacts with Lux Creek. So we have asked for the absolute minimum amount of widening, and that's 13 feet. We do feel strongly that there is a design solution that is available to the applicant where they do not have to impact Lux Creek or any of the wetland habitat. So there is a very good path forward that the applicant can take, that they do have the ability to do, and that would negate the health and safety issues and concerns in relation to the lack of frontage improvements.
Okay. And so moving on, you answered my second question was, is there case law? Because in all the times I've had Mr. Hutter in front of me, I usually get voluminous case law citings. So I was wondering why it wasn't there in this package. And Barbara, thank you for explaining that. I think that's important because that says maybe this becomes case law. We can see, and I'm willing to go there. So let's see. Next step is I wanted to talk about this project and also the Mr. Hutter also mentioned the 120 units, 720 ADTs. By the way, that's average daily trips, additional. The one number he forgot was the 68 average pedestrian and bicycle trips generated by this project, both north and south. Some of those will go south. Some of those will use the current frontage the way it is. Jose, you had the best pictures. I put them over. If we can have IT put the photos up. I thought
these same photos essentially are in the report. I thought your framing was the best. I think somebody already notice the Grauer School sign is right there. You can see how, go to the first one, stay with the first one, and then we'll go to the second. Notice how I'll call it a goat path is where pedestrians are expected to go. This would stay. That's wrong. That will definitely put in people. There's a reason to have 3 yellow signs stopping traffic from going off the end of that discontinuous lane. Now go to the next one. I thought this one captured it in a nutshell. We have an objective standard for 3 feet buffer on this road for the bike lane. There's clearly not 3 feet in this photo. And I could probably go out there every day, anytime, and get more evidence, but this was in the package today. You notice that same goat path right there? You're right there next to the bike lane. So this is a clear danger. It's a clear danger not only to the people that use that road today, but more importantly, it's a clear danger to the portion of the 68 pedestrians and bicyclists that will be generated by this project. That is clear, that is specific, that is quantified. I don't know what else I can do but to put that up there. So, and there's plenty of evidence, and I thought you did. The staff did a great job quantifying. You have the safety evidence. So, last part I'm going to go to right now is to talk about the parallels between this kind of standard and earthquake and fire standards. So we've never had an earthquake on a facility on this site, and the site doesn't provide. They're not asking for this, but theoretically, using the argument they're using, they could avoid doing earthquake improvements and they could avoid doing fire improvements. But that would be crazy. I don't think they would do it because it would be crazy. But you're using the same argument here to try and get out of doing the frontage improvements that are clear, quantifiable, specific, and direct and unavoidable, as has been shown. So with that, I'm supporting the issue, and I may have more to say. I'm going to yield to Marco San Antonio, Councilmember San Antonio.
I think when we talk about this, I understand we do need to build. We have to build. We have to build homes. You're right. It is a fundamental right. But in this case, for me, so I'm going to go off my notes here. Safety is not discussed after something happens, or data shows that they're, on page 13 of that slideshow, slide deck, shows that there aren't a lot of accidents on that street or injuries on that stretch of road. But there could be, or there would be, with these 120 units that go in. This project has vehicles, bikes, families who can access the farmers market, the lagoon, the churches, the schools. Why would we not require or seek out these safe routes to those amenities? As it is right now, the deaths of Emery Chalakian, of Brody, people in our community that have us working fervently to fix these roadways, to make them better, to make them safer, the bike lanes, the ped path safer. It has us leading to the creation of, it led to the creation of safer streets, a community advocacy group that speaks out for this stuff, that speaks specifically for safer streets. I mean, this is all stuff that has happened in the past. We're looking to the future. We're looking to what's going to be growing there, what's going to be happening on El Camino Real. Clearly, it is a fast-moving road. There's so many numerous public speakers today that just came out and spoke your hearts. I understand. He said that this is, they don't want you don't want the project. I understand also that we do need to build homes, but for me, safety is number one. For a lot of us up here, safety is number one. Let's see here. The safety and lives of our residents and our community. I believe it's our responsibility as a city council and as our city staff to fight for the safety of our residents, of the kids, for now and in the future. I'm gonna third motion to deny this. Deny this appeal. So I'll rest for right now.
Okay, Councilmember Lyons.
I'd like to start by saying, Austin, I don't agree with you when you say that this is about the housing, because you have an approval on your housing, and that's important to you. I know it is. This is about the safety of the community. We're passionate. You've seen that tonight. We're passionate about our safety of our pedestrians and our bicyclists and the safety on our roadways. This is about the safety of the pedestrians. All the other housing element projects, as you know, because you're involved, do provide this amenity, this safety improvement, this cross-section, this standard cross-section. Through all of the conversation and dialogue, I'm still unclear why this is something you're fighting. I can't get my head around the rationale that it's just so much of a requirement that our city needs us to make sure we get. I support affordable housing. I wish we didn't have to do it on the back of market rate. That's my view. I want us to have more affordable housing, and I'm working towards that. But that's not the discussion here. This is about our pedestrian, bicycle, and roadway safety. So I do want to say that I think our staff has put together a compelling argument. I think that essentially increased volumes of traffic equal increased adverse safety risks. I'm confident in our decision moving forward here. I think we've had expert predictive research. I'm going to take that from you, Stuart. Thank you for your eloquent capture of the situation. And I will also be in favor of the denial of the appeal.
Okay, Councilmember Schaefer.
Thank you, Mayor. Real quick, the staff has mentioned that's $172,000 is what you guys estimated. Is that true?
So that's a number that the applicant provided, and I think they clarified this evening that that is for potentially the bike lane widening and the sidewalk.
Right.
That does not include the cost to widen the road for the third lane.
Good.
Right,
Do
but
we
the
have that cost?
applicants-
What's the total?
Well, I was just going to say, the applicant's initial application for the concession indicated that even that expense would make the project infeasible.
Okay. Well, at the level we're going here, we're talking about tens of millions of dollars that we're going forth, and it's under $1 million. Is what I'm asking is what's that total project going to cost to widen? What's the estimate?
So unfortunately, the applicant has not provided a design for those improvements, so we do not have a cost estimate associated with that.
Okay. Well, do we have an estimate just from other projects we've done in the city about that distance, about that much?
So if the
$10 million, $20 million?
Yeah, so if the city were to take that project on, it would probably be somewhere between $700,000 and $900,000. That would be significantly more than what a private developer would pay because the public contracting code. We have different requirements. We have to pay prevailing wage, things of that nature that a private developer does not have to do. So I can't, unfortunately, provide you,
What their
Councilmember
numbers
Schaefer,
are.
with their
Well,
numbers.
we know our numbers are probably at least equal to or greater than what they would pay.
That's correct.
So if this project was predicated on $500,000, maybe $1 million worth of improvements for, like we said, safety, my earliest memories have me going past that. And that's been the problem, some of the speakers spoke to tonight, that this city was kind of developed like that. This project by project by project basis. And we're at that point when this was 10,000 people or even 5,000 people that you could do that. You get away with it when we had 19 square miles of open land. It's not that way anymore. We're less than 7% open space. And with that lessening and lessening and lessening, it's going to be more and more impactful. We don't have anywhere to go south, anywhere to go north or west. right? And even to the east now with cities there. So we've put in the objective standards. We've put in all the stuff for safety, for all means of travel. The staff has done a phenomenal job of finding this and talking about this and asking for it. And it does come down to a moral issue. At some level, why not? Why not? Why would you not want to put this in? For your own, the people you're going to put in the places that you're going to build. It's a safety factor, and they're going to be moving here paying significant money to live there. They're probably going to want to ride their bike down wherever they want to go. In this gorgeous town, the way it exists, it just seems like, why would you not want to? And to not want to go tooth and nail on what could be somewhere between $500,000 and $1 million, probably on the lower end, just doesn't make sense. So that's where I'll leave it. And I think we have one more speaker, but I'm ready to vote.
And so I wanted to make sure that we're all on the same page here, that today we're making findings about whether this is a specific adverse impact to health and safety. It's not based on whether we like this project or don't like this project. It's about whether we believe that there are significant safety issues, whether they're quantifiable, whether they're direct, and whether they're unavoidable. So as we go into this vote, that's what we should be considering, and I want to be crystal clear. I don't know if any attorney in the room might want to give us additional guidance, just so we are on the right path and there's no question in the future about this decision tonight.
Mayor, I think you've laid it out very well. I mean, the project itself was approved by the Planning Commission. They denied this concession. Only the concession is at issue now. That was the only thing that was appealed, right? And that's the only thing. So whether there's agreements or disagreements on what the Planning Commission did with the project as a whole, that's not ultimately what we're dealing with. And we are dealing with whether or not the council feels that it has substantial evidence to make this finding. I would note, we haven't talked about substantial evidence a lot. For edification purposes, there's multiple levels of burden that courts look at. When you're in a criminal case, you're at the highest, right? And that's proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Then you have various levels like preponderance, clear and convincing. Substantial evidence, which you're being asked to make sure you have here, is actually a lower standard than that. So while the definition that we've talked about here related to specific adverse impact, that's a very clear definition that relies on quantifiable information. You still have a substantial evidence burden of proof here, which is actually not as high as some of the other housing laws are. You've received what I think Barbara and I would believe is substantial evidence to make the finding here. So with that, I'll rest.
Thank you. And then for the record, I wanted to go into one other comment. I think the staff report right now says that this is the 5th hearing. I don't agree with that, and that's contrary to our past record. And I don't think it's going to be moot tonight if we make the decision I see happening. But I wanted to make sure that we're very clear that the CPP previously has not counted as a noticed meeting. It certainly is not, as the statute states, conducted by staff. It's conducted by the applicant. And but it sounds like I thought we might need to do a continuance in case we had to go get additional advice from council, but I don't believe we need that. So Barbara, you look like you want to say something. If you want to.
This is probably an issue that the council may want to discuss at a future meeting. The city, I think the city of Oceanside was advised that their a community meeting that they, is similar to the CPP. Anyway, HCD opined that because the city reviews the plans for for this CPP and has to approve it, that it would count as one of the public meetings. But I think that's something you probably want to discuss at a future meeting.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we plan to do. I plan to agendize this in the future. I've already talked to the city attorney about it. There's probably some cleanup we should do after, 20, 25 years of that CPP law being on the books. So we'll make it bulletproof going forward. With that, I've got a motion and a second. And I will call the question.
And again, a yes is voting for the recommended action.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, so, oh, come on, we can plow through this. Can you make it? Okay, do we need a break? I think we can get through this and, yeah. Okay, 5-minute break, that way we can clear out. And I mean 5 minutes, so we're starting without you. Yeah. Everyone else stay in place, we're not going anywhere. When that hits 5-0, I'm going.
Okay, thank you, Bruce.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay.
Oh.
We're back in session. Are you good, Pete? We're good to go. Okay. With that, we're moving on to item 10B, which is traffic signal improvements on Chesterfield Drive at the intersections of San Elijo Avenue and South Coast Highway 101. Contact person is Traffic Engineer 2, Barr. But it looks like we have Abe, too.
Yes. Good evening, Mayor, council members, members of the public. Abe Bandigan, City Traffic Engineer. Here tonight, we have a very short presentation on our, on our analysis and evaluation of a traffic signal at Chesterfield Drive. We received several down the years that I've been here pretty much every year, especially during summer. We get complaints from residents and through different channels, through our emails, through our hotline, through our resident forms, that they have concerns over congestion and conflicts in movements at this traffic signal and possibilities of improvements. We've hired one of the best traffic consultants in the county who does a lot of traffic signal improvements and optimizations, STC Traffic. Jason Stack is here tonight, and I will leave the presentation to him, who did the evaluation for us and provided the report.
Thanks, Abe. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Got a brief presentation here, and I'll jump right into it. So the recommended action, and these are the improvements that I've been working on developing with Abe and his group over the last several months. But the recommended actions are to put in protected left turn arrows on northbound San Elijo Avenue at Chesterfield, and a right turn overlap at westbound Chesterfield onto northbound Coast Highway. These are to address issues with delays and traffic congestion on those movements. So here's an image of the intersection aerial view. One of the things that's kind of challenging about this intersection is that it's actually two intersections, and they're closely spaced, and there's the NCTD coaster tracks that run right in between them. The idea with these two closely spaced intersections is to keep traffic moving through them. We don't want vehicles entering the intersection, stopping, and we especially want to keep those tracks clear during preemption when the train comes. So I already talked a little bit about the environment with the two closely spaced signals, but back in 2019, Sandag came through with the double tracking project and also built the rail trail, and that was those improvements that were implemented then is what's presented at the intersection today. Back then, there was some pork chop islands. The geometrics were a little bit different. The control was a little bit different. So those were some fairly significant improvements at the intersections. And now we see an increase in traffic. We see increased pedestrian activity and bicyclist activity. And this presentation was made to the Mobility and Traffic Safety Commission back in November, and they supported the improvements. So a little bit about the issues. This image on the left is the northbound left turn movement at Chesterfield. You can see there's a queue there. It's pretty common to see a queue there like this in the evening. It's particularly constrained in the summertime. The issue is that those left turners are turning permissively on a green ball, and they're at a disadvantage to the southbound through movements and also the heavy volume of right turn movements. So they don't have a gap really, or enough gaps to clear that movement, and they experience a lot of delay. Sometimes it takes 2 or 3 cycles to get through, especially when the train comes. When the train comes, it delays the whole intersection, and then that movement will back up even further. You can see on the right, the westbound to northbound right turn. This is the slot that we want to keep clear as much as possible so that we can move traffic through this area. This is the critical space between the intersections. And so the right turners that move from San Alejo southbound into that slot, at certain times they have to stop because Coast Highway is moving. But what we want to do is put in a right turn arrow that would be facing those westbound and northbound right turners, and they could move when southbound Coast Highway and the left turn is up. They'd have a free movement, they could keep that right turn moving, and they could continue to make the right turn on red. So this is an image of what the flashing flashing yellow arrows would look like. There's several locations in Encinitas that have them. With the condition the way it is today, the green ball comes up and the left turn has to yield. But with this fourth section with the flashing yellow arrow, the green arrow comes up first and the vehicles have a protected movement through the intersection. Once that demand is served, then it'll go to flashing yellow arrow for any remaining vehicles that come and need service during that stage of the cycle. And here's an image that shows the right turn overlap that would be facing the westbound and northbound right turners from Chesterfield onto Coast Highway. Again, you can see where that darker vehicle is, kind of between the two white vehicles. That's a left turner. When that left turn is being served, and that's a high volume left turn, when that left turn is being served, the folks making a right turn onto Coast Highway to go northbound, they'll be able to move with it on a green arrow. So that'll help with the efficiency. And so, again, this is the same slide as we started out with. It's pretty straightforward, and happy to take any questions.
Okay, any questions of clarification? Is that Councilmember Lyons?
I think just one. On the southbound San Alejo onto Chesterfield, maybe you could go to where you're showing that in more detail. Or this one could be fine. So when you're turning this one on the right here, so you're going to turn right onto Chesterfield. Will there be any signs that say no right on red? Or is it only, you can only turn right if there's a green or yellow arrow? Could you help clarify that for me?
Yes, they could turn right on red. I believe there's no restriction for that right now. Yeah.
And so that doesn't impact the volume and the movement. With what you're proposing, it will still improve the movement at this intersection?
It will improve it. The volume is pretty heavy on that right turn. And if we put a no right turn on red, it would exacerbate the queuing of that movement going back. So what we're trying to do is put in that green arrow down where they have to stop at Coast Highway and provide an overlap that moves with the southbound to eastbound left turn from Coast Highway onto Chesterfield. So they can still make their right turn on red, but they'll have a green arrow to move with when they get down to Coast Highway.
Suits it best.
And Councilmember Lyons, just to kind of maybe help with the visualization, today, if you drive there, you're going to have a red ball. And if you're trying to make a right from Chesterfield to northbound 101, you'll have that red ball, and you have to stop. You'll stop, you look both ways. That takes 5-6 seconds, and then you make your right when you see it's safe. Then the next car comes up, does the same thing. With this increase in efficiency that Jason's proposing, you're not going to stop, have to look both ways. You're going to have your green right arrow immediately. So So that's the big efficiency improvement, if that helps at all.
Thank you. I look forward to this improving this intersection, or both intersections. I'll move approval.
Okay, I have a motion, and
Well,
Deputy Mayor.
Do I have to take public comment on it anyways before we do any motions?
There is no public
Okay.
comment, so, yeah.
So
sorry.
just following up on that intersection, there's a no right-hand turn on red sign there. I feel like we're discussing as if you can't go right on red there, and you can. There's a big square.
Going north.
No right, no, she was asking about heading south on the taking a right-hand turn on Chesterfield. There is absolutely a large white sign that says no right on red. I've sat there, it's on the south side of the intersection. That'd be the west side of the intersection, on the top, about 12 feet up.
So I apologize. I may have misunderstood. Councilmember Lyons, I thought that you were talking about the right-hand turn from Chesterfield to northbound 101. Were you talking about the southbound San Alejo right-hand turn to Chesterfield?
Yes.
Okay. I apologize. Yeah, that will, actually, Jason.
So there's a no right turn on red there for the purposes of keeping that segment clear. I wouldn't take it down. I'd still
No,
keep the.
I'm okay. I just want to make sure it was clear, because I heard her question, I
Thank
heard your
you.
answer.
Yeah,
and I knew
yeah. That clarified it.
wasn't
Thank
the
you.
case.
Good catch.
Okay.
Okay.
I get it now. Thank you.
Perfect. Yeah, I mean, I question whether the turn off of going north on Stanley Hill, I can't tell you how many emails and comments I get about confusion on these blinking yellow lights, the way they're set. That said, I think the first rule in public safety is do no harm, and I don't think this does any harm. I love the turn clarification onto the northbound on the Coast Highway. I think that'd be really helpful, having been there thousands of times. The intersection always reminds me of when I get to the corner of Loma Santa Fe and I want to go north in the 101, and my head's on a swivel because I have no idea where the cars and people are coming from. And that intersection, when it gets busy, is a lot like that. So I appreciate the clarification we'll be offering to drivers, so thank you. Did you motion? I'll second in that case.
Okay, we have a motion and a second and no further speakers. I will call the question.
Motion carries unanimously.
Awesome. That takes us on to informational items, which we have none. Council-initiated items, we have none, and that moves on to number 13, item 13, AB 123 reports. We'll start at the far end.
Yes, quickly, I attended the Sandag Transportation Planning Committee meeting on Friday. We discussed several agenda items, but the one I'll bring forward is that their grant cycle is coming up, and I'm sure our staff is well aware of all the requirements and then some new requirements for pursuing grant money from Sandag.
I had a staff briefing for San Diego Community Power. San Diego Community Power is seeking Encinitas residents to volunteer to serve on its Community Advisory Committee. Committee members help advise the Community Power Board on clean energy programs, affordability, and community priorities. We're looking for engaged community members who care about local decision-making, equity, and sustainability, and who are willing to participate in meetings and community outreach. This is a great opportunity for Encinitas voices to help shape our region's clean energy future. Members receive a stipend for meetings and activities in which they participate. If someone is interested, please come speak to me after the meeting or go to the Community Powers website and apply there.
I attended the North County Dispatch meeting this morning, and along with the fire report earlier this evening, North County Dispatch continues to impress and are one of the top dispatch groups in all of California. So that being said, they're under negotiations for their next contract. So that's about it right now.
I attended with Councilmember Schaefer the school liaison committee meeting. We discussed with Engineer Wadowski the CIP projects in the works. We also discussed the challenges of identifying youth and how we can work together as a city and schools to identify potential at-risk families, households, and youth for homelessness. And we hope to move forward on that to be proactive.
Cool. Good. And I attended 2 meetings. The first one was today, was the Encina Wastewater Authority Board. We received a report on the outflow pipe, the inspection. All is good. Contractor said it was one of the better ones he sees in Southern California. And the expected life we discussed today is pretty long. And basically, if you maintain it, it could be forever. We also reviewed budget assumptions going into, of course, where the Encina Wastewater Authority is going into their budget cycle. And then finally, we did one closed session regarding threat of litigation, and there was nothing to report from that. The other meeting that I got invited to was last week on the 19th. I attended a North County mayor's meeting with Congressman Levin and the leaders from various ICE and Border Patrol units at the downtown Federal Building. Present at the meeting were Congressman Levin, of course, and the mayors of Oceanside, Carlsbad, Solana Beach, Del Mar, and Encinitas. And it was really interesting. What I learned is that there are 5 different divisions within DHS that have jurisdiction or have held past activities within Encinitas and the surrounding cities. We met with representatives of 4 out of the 5. So Congressman Levin has regular meetings with these 4 agencies, and he wishes to invite mayors and possibly city managers to quarterly or so future meetings. So I think that would be very, very productive. We talked about the different groups. There were 2 from ICE that were there. One is the ERO, or Enforcement Removal Operations, and the acting field officer is new, but that's who Sean Gibson was the head of before. The other ICE group was Homeland Security Investigations, and we had the deputy director there, and I made contact with them. And then under U.S. Customs and Border Patrol, there were 2 agencies. One was Border Patrol, and we had the Chief Patrol Agent, which would, I think, be the equivalent to Patrick Divers before he retired or whatever happened. And then also the Office of Field Operations, which is primarily the Border Patrol. We met with them. Not present, and this is the thing that I really learned today because I got to ask them, was the Border Patrol, quote, operations at large, end quote, that reports at a higher level up in DHS. The Department of Homeland Security has this group that is responsible for doing sweeps, and I think this may have been the group, if you remember, when we had a sweep that came from Home Depot San Marcos and then came to Home Depot Encinitas. It was early on when we got into this issue. That's probably the group. So the chief patrol agent for Border Patrol down here is going to look into it and find out and see if we can get a contact with them. They were very cooperative and want to work with us and want to continue the processes that we've had in place where they would share information about notification to avoid conflicts, right? So they'd say if something was happening to our sheriff. They would also then share post-action reports like they were doing, and we hope to continue doing that. The mayors all shared our city's frustration, our citizens' fear, their angst, and asked for the continuation of the notifications. And we received general agreement that they would do this. However, remember, we were talking to 4 different divisions, and I'd hear one say one thing and not necessarily hear all 4 of them say it. So as we continue this, hopefully, under Congressman Levin's leadership, it'll be nice to be able to nail down the communication. Several times during the conversation became very obvious that our staff was one of the more active staffs with this group. And they specifically mentioned Mike and Jennifer, that they'd had conversations. They really appreciated the coordination and look forward to continuing it. I'm glad we're already being proactive and I think you already have their cell phone numbers, and I got some of them too. And I'm seeing Mike nod yes in the background. So thank you. And that was my AB 123 report. Let's move on to City Manager.
Thank you. I have 2 items. Just a reminder that our community grant program will close on March 6th at 4 p.m., so that's going to be next Friday. That is for a project or program that would be held in Encinitas to provide community benefit to a high percentage of Encinitas residents in at least one of the following categories: either a free community event, project, or service held in Encinitas, B, services or financial assistance that directly benefit specifically identified and verified Encinitas residents or educational services. So just want to remind all of the groups, if you're looking to apply, you've got a little over a week left, and we look forward to bringing that to council for approval in about a month or so. And then lastly, we are planning to do our first community workshop for L7. So we are finalizing that date. To Ellen's point, it will not be on a holiday. We will make sure that we have extensive outreach through social media, through our newsletter, and the mailing is 1,500 feet, not 500, from this park. So be on the lookout for that date and time. It'll likely be here at City Hall. So we're very excited to kick off the design process for the park at L7. And that's what I have this evening. Thank you.
And city attorney report.
Thank you, Mayor. No report.
Okay, city clerk.
Real briefly, we're still accepting applications for the newly formed Business Commission. The deadline is tomorrow at 5 p.m., and we've already received several candidates at the moment.
Okay, and are we advertising for, didn't we have an opening on Parks and Rec? And
Yes, that'll go out tomorrow.
I think we have a new opening on public
Parks.
safety.
Yes.
Are they
And the Senior Commission, so those will all be, all three of those vacancies will be posted tomorrow, and the applications
so
will be accepting for 2 weeks.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you. And with that, we are adjourned.